All right, do I have a quorum? Now call King George County Planning Commission to order. Rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Bow our heads. Heavenly Father, once again, we thank you for allowing us to gather in this place, dear Lord, to conduct your business, dear Lord. We ask that you give us clear hearts and minds, each and every one of us, as we go about this, doing what is best for the county, dear Lord. We ask that you continue to bless us, dear Lord. These and other blessings we pray. Amen.
So before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Jackie Fisher. Jackie Fish. So next will be for public comment. If anyone wishes to address the commission, please come forward and state your name and address. If you're here to discuss Potomac Landing request, please make your public comment now. If you're here regarding the Birchwood project, please hold your public comment for the public hearing portion of those cases. All the comments shall be made at this time. All other comments shall be made at this time. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes to afford everyone an opportunity to speak.
Good evening. My name is Steve Florick, and I live on a 10-acre. My name's Steve Florick, and I live on a 10-acre parcel in Grandview on the Potomac. I moved there 13 years ago when I retired from the military. For the purpose of future accountability and liability potentially, I'm going to list some of the detrimental impacts to our property and a quality of life from the proposed project that's going to tear down the pristine woods that are above me. It's not just about the woods. I would like to lay out some of the specific impacts that are not addressed here. After timbering 497 acres of pristine forest above me, there will be a direct increase in the water drainage directly through my property into the Potomac. The current stream that now supports the flow goes through this forest and goes underneath our private road. When we deforest it and put in 87 houses with yards, the drainage is going to increase, therefore the water flow will increase incrementally. All of the drainage from the lots 58 through 44 will go directly through my property in Grandview into the Potomac. In addition, there are 87 septic systems with 87 yards that will have fertilizer and pesticides that will in time affect our property as I'm directly downhill and we know where drainage goes. 87 wells that will be drilled directly above us could specifically affect the current wells that we have drilled within Grandview. We have 10-acre lots. 160 to 200 additional vehicles entering Route 218 will cause congestion and safety issues on a road that is already congested with the commuter traffic to Dahlgren Naval Station. This will be compounded in adverse weather, school buses, stops, and the ability of emergency vehicles to negate. After more than 15 moves with the Army, I happily retired to King George 13 years ago for my last move. The change by developers from 2 years ago, 10-acre lots with their own sewage and water, which was acceptable, changed to 3 acres. It is now down to 2 acres per lot for 87 houses, each with a septic system and well water. This is neither reasonable nor acceptable. It is purely for money and profit, and it causes undue hardships for me and the current community. In addition to drastic increases in drainage and its impact on our well water, trees, and private road, we will have to endure years of dirt, dust, and noise from the roads and the construction of those 87 houses. Our quality of life will be downgraded with undue hardship and damage to our properties. This concludes my portion. Brief.
Good evening. I'm Steve Miller, and I live in Grandview on the Potomac also. Steve touched on quite a few things, but my other main concern is the stream that goes right down through there. If the water increases, it goes under our road in 2 locations, and our road could be washed out to where I can't even get to my home. I built my home there 23 years ago in hopes that I could stay there forever. And now somebody's going to come in and do this. They're going to be gone, and we're going to be dealing with the consequences. We're a small subdivision of 12 homes. We can't afford asphalt roads and to replace culverts under the road. So I don't know who's going to pay for that if that happens. So I just wanted to take a couple quick minutes. I think Steve touched on pretty much everything I was going to touch on. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that this is going to impact a lot more than just Potomac Landing. The runoff's going to go down. It goes right through Steve's, and then it goes right into the Potomac River. So all those chemicals, all that fertilizer is going to contaminate everything. The wildlife's going to be disturbed. There's multiple bald eagle nests up there. That's going to be gone. Deer population, gone. This is a big impact on a great county, and in 20 years, who's going to be here to fix it? Not them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Woodis, and I reside at 6049 Potomac Landing Drive in King George. As a retired professional, I have major concerns as they pertain to this development. First, assuring that the storm drainage is handled properly both during construction and in the finished project. Water usually flows downhill, and Potomac Landing sections 1, 2, and 3 are all downhill from the proposed project. Second, my concerns aren't in order of priority, as all are very important. Recently, I learned there was consideration for on-site septic and individual wells. Although I heard as recently as yesterday, July 17, 2023, that is not the case. It was conveyed to me that there will be a water system, and the project will be tied into the existing sewer system, all of which is good news. I don't know how the Service Authority will bill for usage if they don't supply the water. I would like to think they will come up with some manner for whatever type of water system is used. That water could be metered, which in turn would produce a usage factor, much the way the current billing is done. Third, with respect to the proposed, what I would refer to as the side streets and the feeder roads that come in, it appears that if a significant number of cars were simultaneously attempting to exit the existing Potomac Landing subdivision and the likewise existing Potomac Landing east and west, that it could become quite congested along the upper portion of Potomac Landing Drive as well as at the intersection of Route 218. It could potentially create a very dangerous situation. Now, cars come flying around the corners of Route 218 in the proximity of the intersection of Potomac Landing Drive. And Route 218, as there continues to be numerous close calls as well as accidents. I feel that the traffic and the inherent safety of the residents should be a high priority in the evaluation of the project. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important matter.
Thank you, sir.
Debbie Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I know we have a full night ahead of us, so I'm going to try to keep my comments brief. First, I want to say a sincere and heartfelt thank you. My husband and I have walked alongside you all for the past year, and I thank you for the integrity that I see exhibited by this group as a whole. Thank you for your diligence, your faithfulness to carry out the tasks that you've been given, your attention to detail, your understanding that decisions are precedent-setting and often have unintended consequences and far-reaching implications, your willingness to work together respectfully, your desire to serve the board well, and your commitment to hear, understand, and advocate responsibly and compassionately for the citizens. Thank you. Secondly, it is my understanding, and I want the public gathered here and online to understand, that in your advisory capacity, you have several options available to you. You can forward requests to the board for approval or denial, or approval in part, or approval with amendments or conditions, or you could defer. My husband and I waded through the proposal with you, and we know how long it took, and most of it we are seeing fleshed out for the first time. If you have unanswered questions or new questions tonight, don't be afraid to defer. Keep all options on the table so you have the ability to recommend what your conscience dictates based on facts. Last, I encourage you to be faithful advisors to the board. You're not placed in this position to be a yes man or a yes woman, but to give faithful counsel. Last week, I had the opportunity to ask a friend for some advice, and the advice she gave me irritated me greatly. It was not what I wanted to hear, and I was annoyed for 24 hours. But as I thought about it and prayed about it, I realized she was exactly right, and I was completely wrong. She gave me an incredible gift last week. It was the gift to make a better decision because she could see the situation more objectively, and she spoke truth to me. So I pray for you strength and courage to give good counsel, wisdom and discernment to know what is in fact good counsel, and for physical, mental, and emotional stamina for the tasks ahead of you this evening and in the coming months. Thank you.
Todd Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. Mr. Chair and Planning Commissioners, good evening. I've heard it said by this body on several occasions that you are the conscience of the county. The conscience is that inner sense of what is right or wrong in conduct or motives. It impels toward good and right action and avoids wrong and harmful action. As appointed government officials, you have both a sacred duty and a weighty moral responsibility to do what is good, right, and helpful, and avoid and prevent what is bad, wrong, and harmful. You must balance the three priorities of 1, benefiting the county government through taxation revenue. 2, benefiting but properly controlling the property owners making application for use. And 3, benefiting the abutting and nearby landowners by protecting and promoting their health, safety, and general welfare, including their ability to enjoy the use of their property in peace and quiet. To govern well, all three of these priorities must be of equal priority. One cannot be allowed to reign as more important than the others. You have an equal responsibility to each of those three. You have a moral responsibility to seek earnestly for a solution that benefits all three and harms none. Before you this evening are agenda items that I believe are unprecedented in the modern history of King George County, certainly within the last many decades. The recommendations made tonight will set precedent for the future of this county and its landowners, citizens, and residents. The recommendations you make tonight will irreversibly and permanently alter the face of this county for decades. Please take care, be cautious, be wise. I've also heard from people over the last months the idea of the greater good and that some individuals must be sacrificed for the greater good. I'd like to remind that this idea is part of a collectivist mindset and is foundational to communism, fascism, and socialism. Quoting from an infamous collectivist, quote, "the common good before the individual good," unquote, Adolf Hitler. Collectivist ideas and mindset have no place in a free society. Do not write off people as expendable. Instead, advocate for what's right for them. Protect those without the ability to protect themselves. With the utmost seriousness and solemnity, please feel the full gravity of what's before you tonight. Consider everything you think and say and do from the perspective of this simple nugget of timeless wisdom. Whatever you recommend, put yourself in the place of the ones affected and answer if you'd like someone else recommending that for you. Said another way, do not recommend for others what you would not want recommended for you if roles were reversed. Please be the conscience tonight. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for letting me be up here. My name is Ed Toot, and I live at 6325 Vista Court in Potomac Landing. Sorry, I don't have a west or east or estates to put, or any other marketing gimmick to put behind that. I just live in Potomac Landing. I hear that an investor is requesting to be allowed to put driveways on that empty out onto the Potomac Landing Drive, Route 1040. The posted signs referred to 18 parcels, and I've heard mention of 9 lots with driveways, so I'm not really sure what the exact number is. There's a total lack of communication for people who are buying into our community but don't want to give us any information. To some, Potomac Landing Drive is a black line on a map. To my neighbors and myself, it is a wonderfully crooked entrance to our currently tranquil community. It is 1 mile long from Route 218 heading north to our currently tranquil community. It has a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit and drops 250 feet in elevation as it heads north for 1 mile. While taking away from the sheer beauty of this magnificent entrance to our homes, the major issue here is safety. Safety, safety, safety. I'm in construction. I have to preach that each and every day. Putting driveways out onto this winding downhill and uphill slope doesn't seem to be in the best interest of King George citizens, and especially my neighbors in Potomac Landing. It's bad enough on 218. To the east of our entrance, there's a curve that creates a dangerous blind spot. I think that was referred to earlier. Heck, even Sheriff Giles has directed traffic after accident out there recently in the past few months. How is it expected to be a safe entrance to our community? As somebody else alluded to, there's cars zip in and out. It's not just the residents that live there, but people, curious people always are coming down the road. There's kids. We can go and see the skid marks. We can see the tire tracks up in the grass up there, in the mud on our investors' property. When referring your opinion on this, please look out for the best interests of King George citizens and not center on the financial interests of a group of investors whose only stake in this is money. I ask this on behalf of my neighbors, a lot of who, like myself, moved here and thought that we were fulfilling our dream, but our dream is become tarnished here. I know that things have been presented before about this. You've given them permission to build all these houses. We're just asking you to keep our streets safe. That's all, okay? Please make your decision on this. God bless y'all. God bless everybody in this room. And let's make King George still a good place to live. Thank you.
Hi, Joanne Shine over at 63 Marina Court in King George. And what I'm really concerned about is the lack of communication and the lack of answers to so many questions about this subdivision. So when we moved in a little over a year ago, it was going to be a bunch of 10-acre lots. And now I hear it's going to be 2-acre lots, basically 5 times the amount of housing. Now, on Potomac Landing Drive, we're a golf cart community and people are zipping around in their golf carts. How will the people on top with 19 new driveways going to get down to Potomac Landing to use the facilities, the beach and other things there? How will, I heard that they were going to all have their own wells and septic, but now I hear maybe sewer, maybe, and then can our current sewer system actually handle that amount? Because when the power goes out, the generators go on, they have to pump that stuff back uphill. So are they going to be on public water or private water? We don't have answers to any of these questions. Also, as other people have said, the driveways entering directly onto Potomac Landing Drive. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Are they going to lower the speed limit? Are they going to raise the speed limit? Or there are so many questions that we as homeowners at the bottom of the hill just haven't got. Also, if there is an increase in houses, they should definitely have non-permeable driveways, landscaping, anything to reduce water runoff, any kind of rules and regulations to reduce the impact on our community and the Potomac and our sewer systems. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Solian Shine. I am a 6312 Marina Court. And respectfully, I would like to speak for the critters in the neighborhood and to speak for the river, because the river doesn't have a voice and the animals there don't have a voice. Today I was coming home and I saw what I think it was a woodchuck or something like that. I've seen box turtles, snakes, raccoons, deer galore, and also the river. All this drainage into the river is causing a lot of erosion, which is causing a lot of pollution into the water, which is preventing all the little animals in there to breathe because the oxygen gets depleted. Also, the sun doesn't shed the light in the water. So all this pollution from all the runoff is damaging the river. The river already has a score of what? Is it a D? Really is not swimmable. We want to preserve the quality, no, not preserve it, really improve the quality of the river, not make it worse. And we want to save the animals, we want to protect them. I'm really speaking for the animals and for the river and all the life in the river, which is eventually going to also help us because the river is life, and it's life for us as well as the animals. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. I wasn't really planning on saying anything tonight, but my name's Mark Foster, 8061 Marine View. Right. The only thing I was kind of trying to explain to my kids about the changes and the stuff that were going on. And I said, well, they originally developed the neighborhood for this many lots. And they had amenities, you know, they had the boat ramp and they had the beach and the gazebo and all those kind of things set up for that many people. It's kind of like a timeshare when you think about it. You got number of residents, and that's the number that are going to use these facilities. Well, now the developer's come back and he's sold, you know, instead of 50 or 52 weeks at a timeshare, now he's sold 80 or 85 or however many. So somebody's going to miss out on their week at the timeshare. We've all got a week, but there's only 52 weeks in the year. So kind of the analogy I was trying to let my kids know. So thanks, everybody.
Hello, my name is Karen Weaver. I live at 6340 Vista Court. I got a certified letter about this meeting because I'm right next to Potomac Landing. I have an area where I live that it's a runoff that runs through it, runs under the road and out. And when it rains, it'll flood. And if you build a lot of houses up there on that hill, it's going to really flood. And my concern is that, the builder, got a job and he wants to build houses, and that's fine. I don't want to stop the builder from building houses. But what I want you all to think about is King George County has rules, regulations for a reason. They were put in place for a reason. And the reasons, you know what they are. Like the one person said, you used to have 10 acres and to have a well. Now they want 2 acres to have a well. The reasons for rules. And I want you to think about the reasons that the rules are there before you just say, well, we're going to amend those to let this happen. Because as the girl talked about the animals, as they talked about the runoff in the other areas, it's affecting the community and the people in King George in the Potomac Landing area. And I want you to tell me why, or whoever gets up to speak, that we should change our rules to allow all these houses to happen and all this chaos to the community. Because as she spoke about with the animals, not only are there deer, I have fox in my yard. There was a lamb that came through there the other day. I know it lives in somebody else's house, but a lamb came through. There's deer, foxes, there's beavers, there's all kinds of animals that we need to protect. So thinking about myself and the community in Potomac Landing and the other communities that spoke, please think if this is what you would want to happen in your community before you change a rule. Thank you.
Mr. Dines, do we have anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We'll close public comment. I do have the letter that we got to read into the record.
That should be read during the public hearings for the rezoning case.
So the next one.
Yes, if that's the one I gave you earlier.
Yep. So we close public hearing. Okay. Approval of minutes from the June 13 meeting.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes from the 13 June meeting, King George County Planning Commission.
Second.
Second motion.
All in favor? Abstain? All right. Naval Support Activity Potomac Community Planning Liaison Officer. Mr. Hastings, are you available? Mr. Hastings? Nope. Okay. All right, so we're at plan review.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I'm Louis Pancotti, and I will be presenting case number Z 2022-00188 and Z 2023-00738. So, case number Z 2022-00188 is a request by Legacy Engineering on behalf of Lloyd C. Taylor for an exception to the requirements of section 8.3.1C pursuant to section 9.1 of the King George County Subdivision Ordinance for the re-subdivision of the properties with less than the required number of interparcel connections. These are tax map 14-1, parcels 1 through 7, 9 through 10, and 12 through 20. All parcels are zoned A2. And then case number Z 2023-00738 is also a request by Legacy Engineering on behalf of Lloyd C. Taylor for an exception to the requirements of section 8.31B pursuant to section 1.9 of the subdivision ordinance for the re-subdivision of the properties with multiple accesses to the existing state-maintained road. And these would be the same parcels as the previous case. These parcels are located south of the existing Potomac Landing subdivision along Potomac Landing Drive to its intersection with Caledon Road. They make up about 221 acres, and as you will see, the parcels to the west of Potomac Landing Drive will be deemed Potomac Landing West, and the parcels to the east will be deemed Potomac Landing East. A total of 16 of the current lots, they're currently 10-acre lots, have direct access to Potomac Landing Drive. The existing parcels were created as part of an exempt subdivision that was recorded in 1996. Prior to 2002, subdivisions that consisted of a certain number of lots that were greater than 10 acres were exempt from major subdivision requirements. A preliminary plat for the re-subdivision of the parcels was approved by the Board of Supervisors on December 18th, 2018. The intent of this plat was to create 87 lots. The preliminary plat was approved with the understanding that the newly created lots would be served by community water and sewer. The applicant has elected to abandon the previously approved plat and forego the submittal of a new preliminary plat based on subsequent changes in state law. The current applications arise from two separate but related submittals of less than 50 acres each, avoiding the need to submit a new preliminary plat per Code of Virginia as of 2014, only grants the locality the ability to require preliminary plats only for plats that consist of more than 50 acres, or more than 50 lots, excuse me. I would like to clarify here that an earlier version of the staff report did say that the proposed lots are to be served by private septic systems. This is incorrect. The latest submission of the construction plans for Potomac Landing West does propose connecting to community sewer and private wells. So this is the proposed layout. Potomac Landing West will consist of 40 lots. And Potomac Landing East will consist of 43 lots to the east of Potomac Landing Drive. Potomac Landing West consists of, or will have five direct accesses to the existing state road. This will be four of the parcels here will have direct access, and then the connection to the internal road system also counts as an access. So it's 5 total for west, and then east will have 6 accesses, 5 being direct accesses to lots, and 1 being a connection for the internal road system for that section. If would someone online please mute their phone? We are getting some feedback. And once we get into the ordinance requirements next, it's important to consider here that although these will be submitted as separate plats, they are considered part of the same parent tract, so they should be viewed as one subdivision. So section 8.31B of the ordinance requires that lots in major subdivisions be served by internal roads with a maximum of one entrance to an existing state maintained road. Additional entrances to a subdivision from an existing primary or secondary road may be required by the Planning Commission in accordance with this table. For subdivisions of 36 to 100 lots, 2 entrances are permitted. For section 8.3.1, this requires an arrangement of streets to provide access to adjoining parcels to promote orderly development of the county. Subdivisions of 51 to 200 lots require 2 of these interparcel connections. For the interparcel connections, VDOT has a very similar requirement as part of its secondary street acceptance requirements. The regulation requires multiple access connections in multiple directions. The applicant was granted an exception from VDOT due to environmental constraints and the fact that the surrounding parcels, a water treatment facility, and the already developed single-family lots were not expected to be developed within the next 20 years. As you can see here, that exception was granted for Potomac Landing West. There's wetlands to the west and also along Potomac Landing Drive. And then the only other option to make the connection were to the existing single-family dwellings and to the service authority lot. The board can grant exceptions per section 1.9 of the subdivision ordinance. This section states that the governing body may grant an exception to the specific requirements of the ordinance when the subdivider can meet the following: that is strictly adhered to, the specific requirement would cause an undue hardship, that such hardship is not generally shared by other subdivisions, and that the granting of such exception will not substantially adverse effect on the future residents of the proposed subdivision, nor any property adjoining such proposed division. The applicant notes in their letter dated June 23, 2023, that VDOT has rejected all viable interparcel connections to Potomac Landing West and has granted them an exception to this requirement. There are also environmental concerns such as steep slopes and streams making the connection impractical, which could be the basis for the finding of a hardship that is also not generally shared with other sites. As for the number of entrances to the state maintained road, the applicant points out that the actual number of connections would be reduced, as at least 15 of the existing lots, including lot 11 that was, or excluding lot 11 that was dedicated to the service authority, is exempt or from the exempt subdivision currently have direct access to the road, and the environmental constraints make access to the internal road not viable. Also, this configuration is very similar to the preliminary plat that was approved in 2018, minus 4 lots. That proposal was for 87 lots. Now a total of 83 lots are being proposed. Staff would like to point out, though, that the layout shown for this exception request is conceptual. There are a few features that don't meet current ordinance requirements. For example, the interparcel connection shown here on Potomac Landing East doesn't meet the requirement of section 8.3.1C that the road must be provided with cul-de-sacs and construction easements suitable for future use of public roads capable of being accepted into the VDOT system. So it is therefore that if the commission is to recommend approval, the motion should clarify that the exception is to only the number of interparcel connections and the access connections as requested in the letter dated June 23, 2023, and not the location and construction of those features. These requirements should be addressed during the plan and plat approval process. So, sorry. So with that, the Department of Community Development staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward case number Z 2022-00188 to the King George County Board of Supervisors with a recommendation for approval to reduce the number of interparcel connections to 1 for Potomac Landing East and West, provided all other ordinance requirements are met at the time of final plat approval, and to forward case number Z 2023-00738 to the King George County Board of Supervisors with recommendation for approval to allow for 5 accesses to Potomac Landing West and 6 accesses to Potomac Landing East. These do not include the interparcel connection, provided all other ordinance requirements are met at the time of final plat approval. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I believe the applicant is also here if you have questions for them.
For the applicant, would you like to say something before we have it?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Clark Lemming, and I'm here on behalf of Lloyd Taylor. A few words because of some of the earlier comments. We're here on 2 rather narrow issues. This is a by right subdivision plan. I do want to share with you why we're going back through the process, though. Might help a little with some of the other issues that were raised. As Mr. Pancotti indicated, the preliminary subdivision plan was approved by the board and recommended by the commission in 2018 on public water and sewer. Now, what happened? Now there was a mistaken report indicating we were going to septic fields. We're not. We never have. The plan has said from the beginning, sewer. So that's worked out. Now, why go to wells? In order to bring public water, we have to use an existing well, which there are some deficiencies with, that some of you may be aware of, pump water to the top of the hill and build a water tank. That's the only way to supply water. That is about a $2.4 million cost to that. Initially, in working with the authority, we thought that we would be able to recoup connection fees for water and sewer. That didn't turn out to be the case, and only water tap fees. Now, as a matter of law, I think that's correct. But what that did was to diminish the return, drop the return for this infrastructure build out to about $800,000. So we met with the county administrator and staff and the authority and went from public water to wells. So that's the change. Then, thinking it would be more expeditious, because this has been in planning for a long time, to divide this up into 2 pieces. So we would just be dealing with a staff review. We did Potomac Landing West and Potomac Landing East, 40 and 43 lots respectively, so already down 4. Now, it's a by right subdivision. The other important piece of background to understand about this is that in 1997, there was a plat recorded, still a record, for 30 lots. 1 has been lost or used for something else. And of those lots, 16 of them had direct access onto Potomac Landing Drive. Potomac Landing has got to be one of the slowest, most ponderous subdivisions to build out, going over about 3 decades. We have 3 sections built out. 1 has 2 pieces to it, an A and a B. And this is section 4 of Potomac Landing. Potomac Landing Drive has always been the access. Down the hill in the rest of Potomac Landing that's already built out, there are 107 driveway connections onto Potomac Landing Drive. Now, that's down at the bottom of the hill. The lots are much smaller down there. These are still 2-acre lots, which is considerably bigger than at the bottom of the hill. Now, there are 2 issues before you. And I'm sure you recognize, I believe there was one gentleman that came up here and spoke about the issue that was before you, which is, in part at least, the connections, the driveway connections to Potomac Landing Drive. But let's talk about the interparcel connection first. I think that's the one listed first on your agenda. We proposed interparcel connections and went to VDOT with them, and VDOT not only granted an exception, they rejected them. Said, no, we're not going to accept those because they don't go anywhere. And as Mr. Pancotti indicated, very little chance ever in the foreseeable future that they're actually going to be interparcel connections. Now, the topography is a challenge here. There's no question about that. And there are some environmental features, but that was VDOT's position. So we simply asked for the same thing from the county. It's not feasible. We could say, yeah, here's one and here's one, but they wouldn't mean anything. And then the county would be at odds with VDOT, and they would never come into to the state system. So I think that exception is pretty straightforward. We just simply don't have the ability to provide a viable interparcel connection as required by the ordinance. And any that we did provide wouldn't serve the purpose of the ordinance. Now, so I think that's a fairly straightforward matter. Now, the other issue, and none of this has to do with the overall merits of the development. There are these simply two narrow exceptions that are before you. Now, the access onto a primary or secondary road, Potomac Landing Road. I think it's probably fair to say the Potomac Landing Road was originally intended to be a subdivision road. Now, in the early 90s, it got taken into the state system and is now, for better or worse, considered a secondary road, even though it only comes into Potomac Landing. Now, there may be others that come down the road to see what's there at the end, but what's there at the end is Potomac Landing. So, I'm sorry? Did somebody?
10-acre lot.
I'm sorry. You interrupted me then. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'll be done in just a minute. Now, the interparcel connections, what we're down to, as I say, there are 16 on the record plat for the recorded subdivision. We're asking for 4 driveway connections. Now, Mr. Pancati used 5 and 6, I believe, but 2 of those are the subdivision roads. They're there. And you all have the ability to even grant 1 more. So we're asking for 4 driveway connections for west and 5 driveway connections for east. And so that is the request. All of the rest are served by internal streets. And it is, to be sure, it is 6 driveway connections less than are recorded in the 1997 plan. So that is the objective here, to set up these 9 lots with driveway connections onto Potomac Landing Road, originally a subdivision road. They're fairly far apart. We're talking 2-acre lots. We're not talking about the smaller lots that are down the hill. So that's what we're asking your consideration on. The interparcel connection, I really don't think is an issue. The driveways, we've looked all different ways to try to connect them internally. Have very capable engineers, and that's where we are, needing 9 driveway connections. Now, this is for both sections. The only thing that the county is actually reviewing right now is west, and that's 4. It was suggested that we come forward with the exception for both, but the 5 for east are, that plan is not even before the county at this point. So there may be a way just to deal with a portion of it and deal with the rest at a later point in time as well. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but that's what we're asking for, and it's a fairly narrow issue in the overall context of the development of the subdivision, which is going to proceed on the 2-acre lots, at some point here, and on well and sewer.
Questions? Discussion?
So
Yes, sir.
I had a question. So your request is only for the west right now?
Well, we
Or
submitted
east?
an application for both. So technically, we're before you on both.
Okay.
Personally, I probably wouldn't have set it up that way, but I think the logic behind that was, why not deal with it all at one time? But you're correct that it's really only west that is before the county at this point. East has not even been submitted. So that would be another 5 at that juncture, the way it's designed right now.
Okay.
I think that's a good point.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lewis, I remember when this came before us in 2018 and it was by right because of the way it was zoned. This request is not a by right request. Is that correct?
So the subdivision itself is by right, because it's A2, they're 2-acre lots, and as long as all other ordinance requirements are met, it is. They are just asking for the exception because that is a requirement of the ordinance that they're seeking to not comply with based on the evidence that they show is a hardship,
Let me point out.
or in their opinion is a hardship. Sorry.
The preliminary plan had the exact same number of driveway connections on both sides for both what is now east and west. That was approved and got to the board and was approved. You know, there was no exception issue there.
And what would be the impact if this is not approved?
Well, it means that, you know, arguably, we would lose some lots if we couldn't turn them around so that there's another access point to them. But having looked at this all different ways, there doesn't appear to be a particularly helpful or ready-made way to get to these lots that are the few that are along Potomac Landing Drive, other than to put the driveways on Potomac Landing Drive. So, you know, the maximum, you know, we're talking 4 lots in Potomac Landing West and 5 in East. So those would have to be reconfigured in some way or left out for now. We come back and visit it later, but, you know, it's a small portion of it that that would not be able to proceed without this exception.
So as much as I may or may not like the subdivision, seeing it at this point in time, Lewis, it's a by right subdivision, so there's no going back and reviewing any of that.
No, if it was submitted to staff meeting all ordinance requirements, meaning it didn't have, it met the requirements for number of accesses and interparcel connectors, it would not go before the Planning Commission.
Okay. So I'm not crazy about all the driveways out on that road. I mean, I've been down it a few times. I don't particularly like it, but, you know, I don't know if you've looked at doing pipe stem lots so that you could get access internally.
Mr. Reese?
I can address that. Pipe stem lots are actually not permitted. They're only permitted in cluster subdivisions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. So your other option is having some 4-acre lots and giving up a few lots.
That is the other option, or figuring out another way to cross from the back to those lots. There is an internal road. It's just the access is.
I don't know. I'm a little conflicted. I don't like having a bunch of driveways out directly onto that road.
Right.
Okay. I prefer to not have the main vehicular passageway with a bunch of direct access driveways. But
is it my understanding that because this was divided into 2 separate entities of one subdivision, that's why there was no preliminary opportunity to look at the layout?
Yes, for a new preliminary plat, because of state code, it says that plats of more than 50 require preliminary plats. Since this will be submitted as 2 plats of 40 or 40 and 43 lots, a preliminary plat would not be required by the county or cannot be required.
So for the record, we really didn't have the opportunity to say yay or nay to the way this was going to be laid out.
You do in the sense of the exceptions that are being sought, but again, because it would be separated into 2 separate final plats, we could not require a preliminary plat such as was done in 2018.
But there is no fundamental difference with 2018, where they just split it up into 2 pieces. So other than losing 4 lots, going from 87 to 83, it's the same plan that you reviewed in 1983. So that's why we went this way.
of which we passed, and if I remember correctly from 2018, the 10-acre lots were put in. It was switched to A2, which was known to be zoning for 2-acre lots. It was put in 10-acre lots because after a certain date, you couldn't break up to get enough lots. So they just chopped it into 10-acre lots, zoned it A2, knowing that at someday it would be A2.
So it sounds like basically the choice before us, just summarizing, is essentially 83 lots with multiple access corridors, or 70 some odd lots with one access corridor with all those driveways. It's sort of the lesser of two evils here in one, if looking at it that way. Is that a fair characterization of the choice before us, essentially?
If you're asking me, sir, I'm not sure that's exactly the way I would phrase it. No, I understand your point. Yes, there is the possibility we would lose some lots, but the development goes on.
Development goes on with just the one corridor and all the driveways.
We'd have to figure out another way to access those those 9 lots.
Yeah, so the other thing in here is they already have the VDOT exception. And to me, that would be the determinant factor. You know, it would VDOT buy off on it.
I'm not upset about the interparcel connectors. That's not a big issue to me. I'm hung up on direct driveways onto that road. Now, I hate to call it a major road, but it is pretty good length. It is downhill. You know, it's just, to me, there's some safety concerns there in my mind for anybody on the road. The 83 occupants of these lots, or 88, however many it is, plus the people down at the bottom of the hill who are already, traversing back and forth. Now we're talking 6. Is that the number of direct accesses?
Not 9 and 2 roads, but the way I look at it is you have the 9 and 2 roads, when you look at that plan, are all up at the top of the hill. Then there's a long open stretch in between, and then you get down to where the other houses are, which is probably the best way you could. I mean, it's much better than having roads all the way down.
Oh, agreed.
On it. And VDOT might need to go to 25 miles an hour. I don't know. It just might be what happens, but that's up to VDOT to keep safety.
Bottom line, there's not too many options available to us. So
it might be a good compromise, though, to say yes to the interparcel waiver, but not to the number of access points. That way it does somewhat diminish the amount of traffic on that road.
So what do you have a number in mind as far as access?
Open to discussion.
Yeah.
Actually, depending on how those access point lays, there's 17 access points right now going down that hill for 17 lots. So depending on how they lay, you could still get some access points, I would think. I don't know.
Mr. Pancati, could you put up the slide regarding the basis for special exceptions, or the reasonableness for special exceptions?
Sure.
I recall, not shared generally by other subdivisions, I think. We are in a riverine county with both, federal land, where things dead end all over. We're going to have this kind of problem where you can't get a road in to service these. So for future developments, I mean, we have faced these applications in the past, and we'll face them again. Undue hardship, I mean, how much hardship are we really inflicting, and on whom? Reducing, having a couple of 4-acre lots instead of 2-acre lots is one of the reasons why we have these considerations of, topography, number. It's not just traffic safety, it's density. I don't know if we've fully met the test for granting a special exception under this application.
And I'll rephrase this, Lewis, too. So this is at the discretion. This isn't by right, correct? This vote is a discretionary vote.
The two exceptions are not
by right,
but the subdivision
correct. Yeah,
as a
that's it.
whole,
Yeah,
two-acre.
that's all I was wondering. Thank you.
I just query whether we're creating, if we don't approve, are we creating more of a public safety issue by what they're gonna have to do otherwise? By not having more corridors through there. Even more access on, more traffic on the one corridor, right?
I'm wondering if if VDOT said that the slopes are too steep, what kind of house you going to put on it? You know, it might not be developable lots anyway, right? So
Well, that's kind of not our,
I get it, but I'm just saying if VDOT has weighed in on that, I don't think you got to worry about it.
Just wanted to make it clear. So with VDOT, that exception was for the interparcel connector. As for the entrances, those will be reviewed by VDOT as part of the plan submission, and they look at things like site distances and those factors.
We have a motion?
So really, this is broken up two parts. So the first one is the interparcel connectors.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's the one that VDOT's already kind of waited.
VDOT's already given the approval. If you made them, you're going to end up with either a road that goes nowhere, which is an interparcel connector, because that interparcel connector can be between other lots, that lot, wherever you can put a road for someone to go, even if there's nothing to hook up to it. I think if VDOT's given the approval,
It's my opinion.
I make a motion that we forward case number Z2022-00188 to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval.
Second?
Excuse me, just Mr. Myers, again, I don't know if you intentionally, but there is the recommended language for the motion to make sure that it's clear that all other ordinance requirements.
Board of Supervisors.
But if that's your will to.
Of approval to reduce the number of interparcel connections to one for Potomac Landing East. Is that one for both sides or one each?
It would be one for both sides because we still have to consider them one subdivision as they are part of the same parent tract. So it would be
So one for each side.
One for, would be one that's
one
serves both. That serves both.
But you need one on each side, right?
No, that's why they're asking for the exception. So it'll only be one on one side. But with that language, the reason it's written that way is so that when they submit west without an interparcel connection, it can be approved.
Okay.
Separately from east.
Okay. All right, so it's one. So that's correct, I guess. So it wouldn't be one for each. Oh, it's without interparcel connectors. Just the one with one. Okay. But isn't it each with one or not?
It's strangely worded.
The request only shows one interparcel connection here, and it is located in east. No, VDOT rejected that interparcel connection.
I still don't understand that.
It's one for the whole development. It's one for the one interparcel connection rather than the two.
I think it's because
yeah,
it splits the big parent lot. The main
Okay.
It splits the parent lot.
Okay, because the main road already splits it.
Correct.
Okay. Make a recommendation that we forward case number Z2022-00188 188 to the King George County Board of Supervisors with recommendation of approval to reduce the number of interparcel connections to 1 for Potomac Landing East and West, and provided all other ordinance requirements are met at the time of final plat approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second motion.
All in favor? Opposed? Okay. The next one. Multiple accesses. More discussion?
I don't think that you can really say it's an undue hardship to lose a couple of lots.
I don't think they've met the test for a special, I don't believe the requirements for a special exception have been met in this case.
Can we bring this back up again, please? The exceptions.
Sorry, what was that?
If you can bring the special exception requirements back.
Oh, sure.
Undue hardship. They have to reduce the number of lots they're selling. That's not an undue hardship in my mind.
Who can ask? Have a definition, Ms. Lackey?
So there's not a firm definition of undue hardship. That's the balancing before this body to determine.
Ollie? Well, you have a motion?
Another question, Louis, on accesses, there's currently 17 accesses, correct?
Oh, I believe it's 16.
16 driveways.
16 driveways. So do those driveways stay when you make it, or do they not?
Well, because they're re-subdividing under the major subdivision rules, they have to meet those requirements. But if these 10-acre lots were to be developed today as 10-acre lots, there would be 16 driveways off of Potomac Landing Drive to serve those houses. Well,
I think you do need to consider that in those lots, there were only a certain number of people living there. So even though it was 17 driveways, it didn't include all the other lots that are going to be added to the traffic.
I just wonder if we're ending up with a worse finished product in the end on it. I mean, right now you can go put driveways in and then you can change the plan, right? And you have less control than if you do right now.
If I'm not out of order, remember it's just west that's before you, before the county right now, notwithstanding this exception application. There's no plan for east at this point.
Yeah, and that time you can say no.
Where were those? Do you have that plat where those were? Those were all up top?
The proposed driveways?
Yes.
Yes. So this right here is Caledon Road, and then this would be that beginning stretch of Potomac Landing Drive. To give you sort of basis here, all of those driveways will be, I believe, up to here. This is the last direct driveway. These two.
So it's 4 right now. So you're doing the green right now,
Well, what has been submitted is west. That would be the blue.
the blue. Okay.
No.
And as Mr. Lemming was alluding to, you can sort of make your motion to exclude one or the other, to sort of amend which entrances you're approving and which ones you are not.
So like the number, we could make the motion to where the number of driveways is reduced.
We
you
do
could.
one now, and we approve, if I'm looking at this correctly, we're approving 6 direct accesses onto the road. And then when they come back with the east, am I getting it?
Just the opposite.
All right.
Yep, west is the one that has been submitted and is in blue. East is in green and has not been submitted to the county.
Forgive me. I always look at maps with east to the right and west. Never mind. So if we approve 4 direct accesses onto that road, they're going to use that as the precedence for coming back later and asking for 6 directly on. So, we can talk about that, but I don't, it's just going to come back to bite us in the backside later, in my opinion. So if we collectively are good with 4 and 6 more, 10, to me, that's the question, because that's what it's going to wind up
What it's
being.
going to be.
So, and they're all right there as you immediately turn in. So I'm not crazy about them for that reason, but.
Well, I mean, are we supposed to be looking at this east-west isolated? Just so happens we have the combined map.
Yeah, we are supposed to look at it isolated.
Yeah. So the green numbers not in the equation. Understanding the potential precedent.
I will say from neighborhoods that I've driven in, when you have a access road that goes out to a road like Caledon, there's typically several cars waiting to pull out into that road. In which case you're going to have people trying to get out of their driveways, at least the first 2 or 3. Well, the first 2 green and at least the number 1 access point from that road. So I do see congestion potential just because pulling out onto Caledon can be difficult.
What kind of traffic control is it at that intersection? Is it a light or is it a stop sign? Stop sign.
Red piece of metal.
Do you know how far it is back down that road to the road from the entrance to the first road?
Bruce, can you measure that?
It's how far?
A mile.
No. From there to the first road to number 1. From the end to number 1. 200 feet.
Still a long way.
So 10 cars.
Yeah, it's still a long way.
During rush hour, not going to get out of those driveways anyway, so maybe it's a moot point.
Yeah.
I think we might be overstating the traffic issue.
I probably am.
The experience I have, I was thinking Eden Road where it comes to Dahlgren Road. Anytime you're pulling out into a road like that, it does get backed up a little bit. But again, I think what's at hand is whether or not it's an undue hardship for him to give up some access points. If we think, he has that too many is going to cause a problem, we have the ability to limit it. or to say none, or to say all. So it really depends on what we're comfortable with, the number of driveways that are going to be at the entrance of that intersection.
Yeah, just looking 5, 4, 3, 2. To me, that's a spread. Those are large lots.
All right, can we get a motion?
Excuse me, make sure that you are speaking into your microphones, and people in the back are having some trouble. Thank you.
I think at this point, I mean, one's the road. Right. So I think you got to do at least one.
Yeah, that's a given.
Yep.
Right, you got to do at least one.
All right. Motion?
Is there a set number anybody feels? I mean,
I'm okay with limiting it to one.
I'm okay with 5, but
Me too. I think the spread is not impactful from a traffic perspective. Somebody throw a motion out there.
So we're looking for a motion for either one or all.
We appreciate your time here. We just need to get down to the business here. Thank you. Okay. Need a motion.
I move we forward this matter to the Board of Supervisors. Case number Z2023-00738 to the King George County Board of Supervisors with recommendation for approval to allow one access point to Potomac Landing West and 0 accesses to Potomac Landing East, not to include the interparcel connection, provided all other ordinance requirements are met at the time of final plat approval.
We have a motion. You have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Say Potomac Landing East.
Just to clarify, for East, you're saying that they cannot have an entrance at all?
There isn't even a proposal. Taking that up.
Right, it's East.
Or just saying that they're excluded from that East is
It's
excluded
stated
from your
6.
recommendation?
Will be considered at the time of project submission, at the time of application for East, we'll consider.
Okay.
Right, because we weren't supposed to be considering that now, yet it was in the,
It was part of the exception request, but you can say we'll approve just the exception for
Just do it.
of one, but just the way the motion sounded that there are 0, that
I think
you're saying that there
that's
could be
exactly
0
what I
accesses to
intended.
West.
Take up East when and
Is
if
that they get the one because that's an internal road, basically. The private driveways, I say no to.
Okay, so the intent was not to also say that Potomac Landing East cannot have this entrance to its internal road
I think
network.
the intent was to defer that until we have the opportunity to be presented with it.
Okay.
I don't want to come back and do this again.
Right.
I would rather just get it done right now and have one on each and be done.
I'll throw the motion out there. We need something to vote on.
Can you put the motion back up, Lewis?
Sure. And I also want to clarify for the motion, the entrance to the internal road system is also considered an access as far as this. So when it says 5 accesses, that includes the internal road entrance and the 4 driveways. So if your intent was to approve the entrance along with one direct driveway, or no, just the entrance? Okay, understood. Yep.
Mr. DeCorda, do you want to roll it again?
Sure. I move to forward case number Z2023-00738 to the King George County Board of Supervisors with the recommendation for approval to allow one access to Potomac Landing West and zero well, this is where the language, without consideration of subsequent applications for development of east.
Do we want to come back to this?
I think, yes, I do. I was reading the watershed study for this property, and its sensitivity can't be understated.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second.
A second.
All in favor? Opposed?
Well, I have. So we passed with one, right?
One.
We got one in there. Right. Motion carries.
Yep. Okay. Sir, thank you for your time.
Oh, he's pissed off.
Yep.
I agree. I know.
We're going to be back there.
Yep.
Your dog has been happy with one access, not on the other. Now we're gonna have
that was to me. It was by right.
just the problem with it is
Long run, it's not very populated, so you could put 10 driveways in there. Not right. That's yeah, that's up to them. We'll try to figure it out.
what number did you have?
What's that?
What number did you have?
Okay. We did take a few minutes to get things settled. If we could have these conversations continue outside, please. Oh.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep, I get you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you have public? Do you have public?
Don't be sitting in public here. Read this. All right. Public hearing, comprehensive plan amendments. Request by Birchwood Power Plants LP applicant to amend the comprehensive plan to redefine the boundaries of the Route 3 West primary settlement area to expand a boundary line from Route 665 to Route 3 and 603, and to include limited areas south of Route 3 on either side of Dessington Lane to include certain parcels, including but not limited to parcels identified in conditional rezoning application case Z 20230099. Applicant is also seeking to amend the boundaries of the Rappahannock River South Rural Development Area and Potomac River North Rural Development Area consistent with above to exclude land relocation to the Route 3 West primary settlement area. Amendments would also either strike language limiting the area proposed for industrial development or expand such area beyond the triangle created by Route 3, 665, and 605 to the area encompassed by Route 3, Route 605, and limited areas around Route 3 on either side of Dessington Lane. Modified the definition of the Rappahannock River South Rural Development Area to be consistent with the aforementioned boundary changes, and update map 6, 11, and 12 to be consistent with the above text amendments. Next one, too. Conditional rezoning application case Z 20230099. Request by applicant to rezone with proffers, tax map 21, parcel 43, 12134 Dessington Lane, tax map 21, parcel 47, 1438 Kings Highway, tax map 21, parcel 48, located along Kings Highway and Birchwood Creek Road, tax map 21, parcel 48D, 2103 Kings Highway, and tax map 21, parcel 50, part 10900 Birchwood Drive, from limited agricultural A1 to industrial I. Total area would be rezoned is 474.05 acres. These properties are currently zoned A1 with a minimum lot size of 10 acres. The minimum lot acreage required for a parcel to be eligible for industrial shall be 10 acres with a minimum site area of 80,000 square feet contained within the minimum lot acreage. Tax map 21 parcel 43 is located in the Rappahannock River Settlement Area per the King George County Comprehensive Plan of 2019. Comprehensive Plan amendment is proposed to include this property into the Route 3 West Settlement Area. The remaining properties are located in Route 3 West Settlement Area per King George County Comprehensive Plan 2019. Applicant has also requested to rezone with proffers tax map 21, parcel 25, adjacent to the former Birchwood Power Plant, tax map 21, parcel 33, 1305 Kings Highway, tax map 21, parcel 35, located along Kings Highway, and tax map 21, parcel 44, located along Kings Highway and Birchwood Creek Road, from rural agricultural A2 to industrial I. Total area to be rezoned is approximately 200 acres. These properties are currently zoned A2 with a minimum site area of 80,000 square feet contained within the minimum lot acreage. Parcels 25, 33, and 35 are located in the Potomac River Rural Development Area per King George County Comprehensive Plan 2019. Comprehensive Plan amendment is proposed to include these properties into the Route 3 West Settlement. Parcel 44 is located in the Route 3 West Settlement Area per King George County Comprehensive Plan 2019. Proffer amendment application case Z 2023000101, request by applicant to amend the proffers associated with rezoning 91-03-Z01 for limited industrial uses. Includes tax map 21, parcel 50, located at 10900 Birchwood Drive. Total area, approximately 317 acres included in this request. The property is located in Route 3 West Settlement Area per King George County Comprehensive Plan 2019. Special exception permit case Z2023000100. Special exception permit 91-03-Z-01 -Z01. Amendment requested by applicant on behalf of current owners Frank B. Taylor Limited Family Partnership easement. Includes a portion of tax map 21, parcel 50, located at 10900 Birchwood Lane, and tax map 29, parcel 4, easement on parcel alongside south boundary of Kings Highway. Special exception permit application requests an amendment to terminate the use of tax map 21, parcel 50 as a power production facility and manufactured aggregate facility, as well as to retain the use of an easement located on tax map 29, parcel 4 for a surface water intake facility, i.e. pumping station, in its current location on the lower Rappahannock River. This includes the water supply facility associated with the intake of Dominion substation, switchyard, and related electrical utility facilities. And Alan Steinbeck, Vice President of 3TP Ventures, will provide the overall staff report on behalf of King George County. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're ready, I'll go through the presentation. My name is Alan Steinbeck. I am the Vice President of 3TP Ventures. We are a contractor working on behalf of King George County. My role is to be an extension of the Community Development Department to provide additional planning capacity to review this project, to hear this case, and to participate in these public hearings. So I am in essence a public servant in this role and an extension of county staff as I do this. So our function in the Community Development Department is to review this application for its technical merits regarding the relationship of this application to the comprehensive plan, and also about the rezoning case and the particulars of what is being requested for the rezoning. What are the limitations that are put on this project? What are the actual things that are being proposed, and how they relate to numerous other issues that we'll talk about in this presentation. So my job here is to give you an overview of this. I'm going to try to explain this in layperson's terms as much as possible so that everyone who's watching and who's not used to being in these kind of hearings can understand what's going on in terms of what's being proposed, in addition to covering some of the more legal requirements. If you listen to the description of what is being proposed, it is a complicated set of applications, but all of these are required in order for this master plan of development and this proposal to move forward as a conceptual plan of development into a proposed actual plan of development. So the rules are set up to have these different types of amendments and rezoning cases, but I'm going to try to put it all into one package for everyone to understand how they relate to each other and what the real implications are here. Some of the considerations that we have to go through, I'm going to start on the right with the comprehensive plan amendment. The comprehensive plan is supposed to set a vision for growth and development and a framework for growth and development. In this case, what is being proposed sits outside of the boundaries of the Route 3 West Settlement area that you heard described earlier. And so there's the need for a comprehensive plan amendment to accommodate this proposal if it's going to move forward. We look at the goals and visions of the plan. We do a land use analysis. We do consider the economics of a project and the benefits that it brings to a community. There are infrastructure considerations that we had to go through, and also the environmental impact. So after looking at that comprehensive plan amendment, moving on to rezoning, which is the actual, each individual site is governed by the zoning, and there are rezoning requests for this, where we look at the consistency of the rezoning to the comprehensive plan, looking at land uses. Are the uses themselves generally appropriate? I think it's important to note in a rezoning case that we're looking at use and not site-specific development and site development considerations. So as we did this, we do have a lot of information about what the development intent is on behalf of the applicant, but we're very much focused on whether this is an appropriate use for this area of the county or not. There is a relatively complicated legal and regulatory framework, both with the county's rules, some rules of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and some other things that we need to be considering in all of this, and we've done that. The public input part is very important part of this, and tonight is the opportunity to do that. I have not received public input on this project, so I'm here to hear, in addition to help you all understand the merits of this case. We did evaluate infrastructure, and just like in the comprehensive plan, when you do a rezoning, we have to think about the issues of infrastructure, environmental impact, the economic development implications of a project, and then the transportation issues. So this is sort of the landscape. It is a complicated and comprehensive set of issues that we're trying to cover in this review. So this is the conceptual plan of development. This conceptual plan of development has been submitted by the applicant. There are numerous properties involved in this, and I'm just going to orient you to this area in case you're not familiar with looking at this map. Of course, this is somewhat unreliable here. This is the former Birchwood power production site. This is Birchwood Creek Road, and this is Fletcher's Chapel Road over here to the west, and this is Kings Highway that goes through the center of this. So this is the old access to the Birchwood power plant, and this is the primary and first phase of the data center proposal of the applicant. So they were able to give us a significant amount of detail about what would be proposed here. I'll show you a more detailed view of this in a future slide in the presentation, but I wanted to give you an overview of the site. So at the former Birchwood power plant site is being proposed a number of data center buildings, which you see in yellow, some substations to facilitate the power needs of this facility, and also some ancillary buildings, including a maintenance building for fleet to deal with site vehicles and other vehicles that serve the facility, and some smaller office buildings for the employees who work at the data center to work in an office space rather than inside the data center facilities themselves. That is the phase one of the site that we'll be talking about here. Data center buildings are proposed for this particular site, for this site over here to the west, and also this site south of Kings Highway, including proposed substation facilities to facilitate that. The first phase here, I'll say this a couple of times so people can understand and remember. This is up to 4 million square feet of data center facilities. An additional 2 million square feet was proposed for this, and a lesser amount of 1 million plus square feet of data center space for a future possible development of that site to the south. So the rezoning applications include all of the properties except for the Birchwood, the former Birchwood site, and Birchwood still owns this piece of property and is part of the applicant's team, and is helping to facilitate conversation with the county about this. The rezonings would include the other pieces of property, and I will show you a map to really demonstrate why these rezonings are necessary to facilitate this. But those rezonings include the proposed use of data center and accessory uses, and the applicant has proffered to limit those uses to the data center facilities. So this is not an open-ended rezoning to industrial use. This is a very limited rezoning to specific industrial use, that being data centers. The special exception permit includes basically converting what is a limited proffer, limiting the existing Birchwood site that limits it to energy production to a site that is now has data centers as its primary use. So that is the basic orientation to the site. The other pieces of property that I haven't mentioned yet that are I'm sorry, I will go back, that are to the east of Birchwood Creek Road are also party to this. There are no data centers planned for the data center buildings planned, but some accessory uses are planned for that part of the site. In case you haven't done research about this or know about data centers, they are centralized facilities that house computer systems and associated components. They're critical for many, many companies and organizations that rely on computing resources and data processing for their businesses. A lot of us had the old server room and a person in the back that kept the server room safe from everybody. Almost everyone now has converted their servers to some kind of data services solution that's off-site. And these data centers are providing those kinds of services for all kinds of companies, large corporations, small businesses, state, local, and federal agencies. And they've become essential to our daily life. If you've downloaded or streamed a movie, you've used one of these data centers to facilitate that process. If you've bought something online, you've used one of these facilities. These facilities are vital to our competitiveness globally and to our national security as well. They're integral to our daily lives. These are large warehouses that house data and server infrastructure. So the large buildings that are the centers have all this, they're packed with hardware. A lot of servers, data storage, networking equipment. They do have a lot of power needs and cooling needs that are facilitated by water and other means. It's a very high-tech system, but that processing power generates a lot of heat and it needs to be cooled down in order for it to be sustained. They're highly secure places. It's monitored very closely, both from a cyber security point of view, but also from a physical plant point of view. So this will be a very secure piece of property and a very well monitored place. In general, data centers have some off-site impacts, some positive, some negative. I'm not suggesting that this particular proposal has all of these aspects to it, but in general, there are many economic benefits. We'll talk about the estimated economic impact of this project in terms of property tax and tax revenue generation potential. They tend to bring infrastructure with them, new road development, new energy development. In a case where they go into an industrial area, other opportunities for other types of industrial economic development, and that's certainly true in this case. There's a significant amount of community investment that comes from them, and there are some proffers in this application that directly provide money to public services and institutions. Digital inclusion is important, many times bringing digital access and technology and things like infrastructure to a community to provide better services in that community. And then also they provide recovery and resilience elements in terms of their own safety and keeping our data safe as we store it and it's managed. These centers are high tech, they are cutting edge, they tend to have a lot of energy efficiency measures and sustainability measures built into them just to make those operations sustainable and from a cost perspective and environmental stewardship perspective. And they lead to research and development and some also knock-on industry that would be beneficial in the community, creating not just jobs for people who work at this data center, but other types of industries that can develop alongside them. There are some negative aspects to these. They do require a lot of energy consumption. There have been extensive conversations between the applicant, the county, Dominion Energy, about how this project is going to be served. If you have not had a chance to hear the Dominion Energy presentation, there is a public record of that. That there was a joint meeting recently of the commission and your county's board to hear about this, and there's some information about that online that you can watch, and also a presentation that you can see that was given by Dominion Energy. Water usage is also high, but this particular applicant, one of the elements of it is to have the intake that was described earlier to remain, to provide water for the site until such time as publicly provided water can be brought to the site. And after that's done, that water intake will be used for potable water and other minor uses rather than the water needed to service the facility and the cooling functions at the facility. Oftentimes, traffic congestion is an issue, but I would remind everyone that data centers are processing data. They're not processing wood or gravel or products. So you're not bringing things in and out of the site on a constant basis. The traffic is associated with people working at the site, visiting the site, and maintaining it. So after the site is constructed, there will be limited amount of industrial type traffic that's associated with it. There are environmental benefit impacts, including noise, heat, and waste. Noise is the one that probably gets the most attention in terms of neighborly and offsite impact. There are elements of this particular project that proffer a limited noise distribution at the edge of all of these properties that now are being suggested they meet the standards that are being proposed by the county, which is a very high standard to meet as it relates to other jurisdictions that have noise standards. And then just the land use and real estate. A lot of land is needed to accommodate these types. Data centers have been built all over the Commonwealth of Virginia, a lot of them in the DC region, and now other parts of the state are receiving this type of investment to the extent that there's a distributed strategy now among the players in this space who want to have data centers in different locations rather than having such a large agglomeration up there in the DC region. There's also increasing demand and then sort of an almost insatiable demand for their being built, given how we're moving towards information data and access to that data becoming a sort of day-to-day use of our lives. So it is a lot of property. This is a very large proposal, a very large proposed development, but the full build out of this campus and the need does warrant significant amount of land. With respect to this application of what is being proposed, there are several mitigation measures that have been provided in the proffers. There's a fairly lengthy set of proffers that accompanies this application, including those limitations on use. And I think for anyone who's sort of wondering or worried about the future and what might happen or the unknowns of this, those proffers do limit those properties to data center uses, and it does not allow, without further consideration by this board and by your elected board, to change that. So if this is approved as submitted, this applicant is sort of locked into a data center campus solution and its accessory uses, and any other uses that might be proposed would have to go through a public hearing process and an approval process. There are transportation improvements. We have not conducted a traffic study yet for this project. One is in the making as a follow-on immediately to this, should we move forward with this, to analyze the impacts of the project, both immediately at its driveways, but also especially as people coming to and from the site access Kings Highway. There are limitations in the application on building square footage and height, so we're not specifically approving this project, the design of the project, but each of the sites have specific square footage on them, and it's very clearly laid out what the ultimate upside intent of development is. There's lots of elements of this project that preserve vegetation, and I'll show you some of that, and have buffers and screening, both for purposes of neighbors, for purposes of preserving natural lands, but also from screening from visual view, so that to the maximum extent possible, these facilities will be surrounded by tree plantings and sort of obscured from view from neighbors and especially from Kings Highway. There's security measures, lighting limitations to promote darkness and sort of rural low light conditions so that we don't have light pollution as a function of this. A construction mitigation plan that it deals with issues of traffic coming in and out and how to manage traffic, road closures, and that sort of thing would be a part of this project. The private water supply I've mentioned. Measures related to sound have been proffered by the applicant to meet a very high sound standard, but the county has enforcement potential to deal with any issues that may relate to sound moving forward. There's a cultural resources survey to ensure that as the land is developed, that we are not that we're identifying archaeological, historical, and other resources that may be found as a function of site development and site disturbance. And then finally, and importantly, an emergency action plan that is being prepared. So each time the applicant comes in with a phased plan of development, an emergency action plan will be created to deal with issues of public safety, fire, and other types of things that that help keep those sites safe and become basically a public-private partnership over dealing with emergency issues. That's a quick overview of all of the mitigation measures that come, and there'll be a little more diving into them as I move forward. The timeline for this project, as proposed by the applicant, is in several phases over approximately 15 years. There is no guarantee that the full build-out will occur within 15 years. This is an estimate, but there is a stated plan of development that includes a phasing of improvements that is planned to begin with the phase 1 of parcel 21-50, which is the former Birchwood power plant site, which you see depicted in the picture on the right. This site has the data centers, again, shown in yellow. We have the most detail about this first phase of development, where you would have some entrances along Birchwood Creek Road. The main entrances to the facility would be there, and that would be the main entrance and exit points for the site. This represents up to 4 million square feet. There's no specific intent to build all of that right at once. And so the applicant is going to build on an as-needed basis up to that limit. We anticipate, but there's no guarantee, that this site will be the one that's fully developed and built out before other sites are developed. Those future phases include an additional 3.5 million square feet of data center space. So this initial site plan is going to accommodate the majority of the data center buildings that are anticipated in the application. This is a map that that we've shown as an exhibit to help understand the comprehensive plan amendment. The comprehensive plan includes what's called settlement areas, and there is a current Route 3 West settlement area that is shown on this map. Excuse me. Fat fingers or curse. Let's go here. Why is this not working? It's not showing up. Yeah. Here we go. All right. Yeah, see, this blue line here is the existing boundary of the area. It stops at Route 3. It goes along here to the east side of this area, up around the property owned by the county that is the waste facility. And currently, that line goes east along the rail line to the west side of the Birchwood power plant site, former site, and down the edge of that property down to Birchwood Creek Road. This application includes this property to the west, these properties here, and this property to the south of Kings Highway. And so in order to accommodate this plan of development from the comprehensive plan's point of view, that settlement area is proposed to be increased westward from this blue line to include this site, a subject site of the application, this one, and these other properties in between, so as to not create properties that aren't within the settlement area, sort of isolated and surrounded by the settlement area. So the staff has recommended this line both to accommodate the project and to create a rational boundary for this area within which there is the intent to promote and allow industrial development and other types of non-agricultural, non-residential development. That is the intent of the Route 3 West Settlement Area, is to promote this type of thing, and it includes the existing industrial uses that you see shown in what I'm describing as pink here. That includes the Birchwood site, some other properties that exist to the east here, and one property that's on Route 3. There's another site on Kings Highway to the south that is industrial, and a small commercial enclave there to the west, shown in red. I would note when looking at this map that there inside the settlement area, there are several parcels that are in the light green color that are currently zoned agriculture, and the darker green parcels are currently zoned agriculture. So even though the settlement area is intended for industrial use, it has been the legacy of the county to rezone properties as people come in and want to do industrial use. The area is not pre-zoned industrial. So anytime someone wants to build something in this area, you're pretty much destined to show up here to need a rezoning to build an industrial site. So it is, I would say that this rezoning stems from the fact that there's properties involved within this area that are not currently industrial, and of course needs more land to make that, to accomplish that. I would furthermore add that if you look at this area of the county as an economic development engine and a place where industry can go and is supposed to go, and you look at that green area between 65 Birchwood Creek Road, 605, and Kings Highway, and that sort of triangle in there, you see a fairly large amount of agricultural land that, according to the comprehensive plan, is appropriate for industrial development. Expanding this area and including additional area to allow for the Birchwood application to advance gives you that other area and remains a place where people can build other businesses, do other industry. And if theoretically these data centers were using up all the land inside of the boundary area, they would use up pretty much all of the remaining land available in this planned industrial district. And there would be nothing left else for anyone else to use. So the applicant happens to need a particular boundary change, but one of the effects of the boundary change is to leave additional land for additional job creation, additional business development, and that sort of thing. Moving on to the site, looking in more detail, a couple of things I want to point out to you here are the buffer areas that are included. There's an open space area to the north of the railroad tracks that is part of the existing Birchwood holdings that is to be preserved, approximately 75 acres, and nothing will be developed there. There's buffer areas around the site, open space dedication around the edge of the property, and there will be vegetative buffers surrounding the whole area including trees that will block the view in the immediate area of the site, but also from longer distances as well. The future development area shown to the west here is one of the likely next places after the first phase is done where there will be data center buildings. And we started to get some detailed information during this application process from the applicant about the intent there. There are some exhibits in the packet information. There was some information submitted to us that did a site line analysis and from Route 3 in particular, and looking at different aspects of this property. And there's really, you can see in these couple of examples, there's those buildings will be obscured by the trees. There's a little bit of the building sort of sticking up above the trees at the top left corner there. But you know, that's depending on how that vegetative buffer is built, that we might get to a point where you basically cannot see the facilities very well at all from the road, including in the wintertime if we can put some evergreen plantings in there as well. There are some potential environmental impacts. There's the Rappahannock, obviously adjacent to the southernmost site. You remember, we're now looking at the piece of property that's south of Kings Highway. Muddy Creek and Birchwood Creek are also located in the vicinity of the project. I spoke to the lighting impacts. There are proffered limitations on types of lighting to emphasize downlighting versus uplighting to limit light pollution and to limit light spilling over across property lines. The sound and noise impacts, these are the noise levels that were proffered in the original application provided to the county, limited to 70 decibels in the day hours and 65 in the evening. The applicant is now offered to have additional limitations below those levels, and I'll let them tell you about that when they have a chance to talk. We did look at the traffic impacts. I don't want you to be thwarted by this, but the way the traffic impact analysis was done for the review and the comprehensive plan, we compared the proposed trips, meaning the trips that would come from the proposed development, compared to the by right trips as we described them, which is what is the maximum build out of the residential aspect of these parcels and the agricultural uses, and how many trips that would generate relative to this particular proposal. So if you didn't rezone the property and it built out under its existing allowable uses as residences, you would see on the first column there 110 trips in the AM hour. This development would have 316 trips in the AM peak hour, meaning you would have a differential plus 200 or so. In the peak hour, there's actually fewer trips generated by this development than if you had that part of the county built out as residential. And on the average weekday, in a differential of around 1,100 trips, and the proposed trips that would come from the site other than the Birchwood site would be 2625. So these a couple of thousand trips sounds like a lot, but your typical collector road is going to accommodate 15 to 20,000 trips without it really going to a failure status. So in doing this kind of work, I've done a lot of this before. I feel like this the traffic impacts in particular are not as significant as some other types of uses that be out there, especially people moving goods in and out of this industrial area on a regular basis. I mentioned that there were some public safety issues. The proffers do commit to those emergency action plans I mentioned. So the site level security would be taken care of through those agreements that would be made by the applicant and in conjunction with the county. Proffers call for the payment of $1 million to the county to mitigate the cost of public safety services arising from the demand of this project, the incremental demand. We've had some discussions during the review process with the fire chief about the cost, the need for a ladder truck, the possible need for an additional facility, and the need for additional staff to service this project. Those conversations are ongoing and evolving, but we've been working in good faith as a team here to try to resolve and surface all of the issues that exist. There's a big emphasis on safety coming from the fire chief, and it's outlined. He has put together a letter and made some comments about some concerns, and we've tried to work through those in terms of clarifying what would happen on the site and what we need to be worried about. The economic impact of this project is considerable. The application includes a financial impact analysis. If from an economic development perspective, this project is a no-brainer. When you look at the numbers that come from it, if that were the only consideration, it would be very easy to make a decision about this, as each 250,000 square feet of data center is equivalent to roughly $1 billion of investment. It's not just the buildings. You got to remember there's a bunch of equipment that goes into these buildings. And both the buildings and the equipment are taxed on an ad valorem basis and provided to the county. So each of those 250 square feet generates $4.2 million of tax revenues. And a significant amount of tax revenues will be generated by this facility. There'll be jobs created, 30 data center jobs per 250,000 square feet, and indirect job creation of an additional 108 jobs in the community for people who might be like servicing them in other ways, like food, retail, that sort of thing. That's going to generate wages in addition to the tax revenues that come to the community. I'm going to go through some of the proffers that I think would be most interesting or of concern to people, both the commissioners and those of you in the audience. But the permitted uses, again, I mentioned data centers. There's a very clear articulation of what secondary uses would be included in here, and these are all uses that are that serve the data center primary use. So data center's primary use, these are approved secondary uses that would be institutionalized in the proffers of the application. And the uses would have to, after the rezoning process, these uses would of course need to be compliant with the code and go through the site development process. In terms of site design, these are the specific upset limits for development that are included in each of the development areas. If after tonight you want to fully review the plan of development, there's a guide to what areas of development are the development areas and how much square feet there are in them. The applicant has very specifically articulated what type of development and how much is a part of this project. This is not an open-ended rezoning in any way, shape, or form. The open space is approximately 40% of the property. So between the buffers, the screening, the dedicated areas that exist both around the property, north of the property that I was showing you, north of the train tracks, and also down by the Rappahannock River, there's a significant amount of open space that has been employed. And the setback screening and buffers and open space are institutionalized in the proffers, which would basically mean that they're being approved, and are those buffers as shown are a party to the plan of development and the approved zoning, and are not something that can be modified substantially after this project had been approved for rezoning. There's some information about the phasing and construction in the construction mitigation plan, which I already mentioned. There's dedication of area for river access. The property to the south includes 8 acres of land that will be dedicated to the county as a park that provides riverfront access. The applicant will maintain access to and from the property from Kings Highway, but part of the application includes a new 8-acre public park that has access to the Rappahannock River. There's easements that will be provided for that, and that'll be in a part of the property that's very pristine, protected by buffers and a nice natural area that people can enjoy. The water supply includes as mentioned in the opening remarks by Mr. Moss, there is an existing water source and a draw that was part of the old power plant that was there. And one of the approvals relates to allowing that use to be maintained and converted and available to the data center site until such time as public water is provided to the site. I mentioned the preservation. There's 2 large areas of preservation down by the Rappahannock River, and then one north of that, the railroad tracks north of the Birchwood site in particular. In summary, our analysis is we've looked at the renderings of street view, the buffers, and other things in the view shed, and there are significant commitments to buffering the project from view and ensuring that that this project is not obtrusive in any way, visually or spatially. The economic development potential is significant here, and the approval of these applications would help foster that, both from a revenue generation point of view for public services and facilities, but also an economic development generator for the county. There'll be approximately 351 acres of open space provided according to the Generalized Development Plan, which is what GDP stands for. And those are all shown on the site. This area is proposed, and I think this is key for the rezoning, these last 2. The area proposed for development is located in close proximity to the other industrial uses, and the proposed uses in the application are consistent with the intent of the settlement area provisions of the comprehensive plan. And these types of uses are in fact anticipated uses within the industrial zoning district of your code. The industrial zoning district does call for data centers to be an allowable use under this category. So this applicant is not asking for special consideration to build them. The county's codes already anticipate this type of use as an allowable use under that industrial category. So our recommendation is to forward this application, recommending approval of the proposed comprehensive plan amendments, as well as the rezoning cases, the proffer amendment case to modify the proffers associated with parcel 2150, and that includes changing the use from power plant to data center, and recommending approval of the request to made under the special exception permit to allow the previously used water facilities for this facility into the future. So that concludes the presentation of staff. I will be happy to take any questions you might have.
Well, hold on. Louis, did I understand that there were some last minute changes made to this?
We did receive some changes on Thursday.
Okay.
And the applicant is here to speak on those and any other changes that were made.
I guess my question would be, has staff had time to look those over, or do we have them in our package?
These,
Yeah, I'll say we have not had time to thoroughly review all of the things that have been proposed. There were some proposed modifications to the proffers that came through today. The applicant is going to share with you what those are and tell you about those. There were some additions to the proffers that were submitted to us just after this application was released. The most important of those, and I think the one that's needs to be talked about, is altering the schedule of the traffic impact analysis. We were going to stage the traffic impact analysis so it was complete prior to making any site development permit application, but it's been modified now to have those things be able to run concurrently so that if this rezoning is approved, that we can move through the site development permitting process at the same time the traffic impact analysis is complete. And the proffers changed to state that the traffic impact analysis findings will complete prior to any site plan approval so that we would know what those findings are, what the mitigation measures were, and what transportation commitments need to be made prior to approving any plan of development. The items that came through today include some items that I want the applicant to tell you about. It has to do with the limiting of uses and the clarification of what uses are on what pieces of property. That's the main one that I think needs to be brought up. There were also some responses provided to the letter that was sent by the fire chief, and some new issues that have come to light with respect to that I think we have not had time to analyze. None of the things that have come over the past week from the applicant materially affect the recommendation that comes from staff. I'm not suggesting they're minor issues, but they're things that are not significant enough to change the evaluation of this rezoning case from an approval to something else.
So I'd like to get council's opinion on that statement. Is that, if I could defer to council, do you feel as though these changes are material or require additional consideration or time to absorb and digest?
So the materiality of the change as it affects the decision or the recommendation of this body is something that you all would have to decide. But I would say that Mr. Steinbeck's characterization is correct, that I think as the applicant will present, what they are trying to do are further reduce impacts. So from their perspective, it's not changing the recommendation of the staff report.
You had a comment, Mr. Fox?
And just more of a question, really. When we talk about the comprehensive plan amendment, with respect to the areas that are going to be rezoned that are not part of the footprint of the project, in other words, the little in-between areas and additional areas, is that a full industrial rezoning or light industrial rezoning?
I would say that what you've said is not actually the case. The comprehensive plan settlement area is a policy district. It is not a rezoning or a development right that provides a zoning right or right. So it is a policy area that's meant to guide your decisions about how to address rezoning cases. And it's suggesting that those new properties that are in there that are not a subject to this application, they would be given in the future due consideration to become industrial properties if one of those owners came in.
So they're,
yes.
Is it, so it's correct to say that they'll remain A1 or A2 or whatever they
Their zoning will remain intact as is. We're not, the applicant nor the county is proposing any zoning change to those properties that are not part of the application. That's correct.
That's a great clarification. Thank you. And there is one other thing, I don't know if we have time, but with respect to proposed substations and overhead transmission lines, are we contemplating anything crossing over Route 3, any new lines crossing overhead across Route 3 at all at this point under this plan?
There are utility lines shown on the plan of development. There's the easement area shown in sort of the pattern of the structures that would be involved. There is a utility line that would cross Kings Highway that would connect the substations that are proposed in concept On the northern side in phase one, there's one substation to the south that would service future development of the property to the south. And those would be interconnected at the site level, I would say, or the campus level. And there would be a line crossing the road as far as the plan of development depicts.
That's intended to be a high voltage line. Do we know the KV on that?
I do not know. I would have to defer to the applicant and their engineers on exactly, how much energy those lines are intended to carry around the site.
From last week's meeting, though, it's pretty much up to Virginia Power to pick where they want the lines. And I mean, from what they were saying at our meeting last week, they're going to use eminent domain and pick where they want the lines to come in. This is what they told us.
If the project's approved, yeah. If the project's approved.
Yes, but with respect to the development of this site, the applicant has properties that are subject to the application where those lines would go. To service the immediate needs of the site level needs, those lines are not going through any property that the applicant does not own, other than the right of way of Kings Highway.
Okay.
And that's a crossing, not a.
And they've already hashed that out with Virginia Power?
Already hashing out is, it's being hashed out.
So they have no commitments from Virginia Power at this point?
I have to remind you and everyone else that we during this review have been outside of the negotiations that have been going on. The Community Development Department sort of was outside of any agreements that were going on and some of the discussions that were not disclosed. So I don't know the nature of those discussions. You can ask the applicant, or maybe someone from the county may be able to relay some of these things, but there have been a lot of negotiations going on between the applicant, Dominion, the applicant, the county, regarding infrastructure, regarding services, and they're well advanced in terms of Dominion, I would say, as far as I understand them to be. But we were not privy to all of that just because of the way some of the negotiations were going on. We intentionally set our sights on the issues related to the rezoning, and that one is more of a related, but not an issue that is about land use in particular.
And we have a representative of the applicant available, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, other members of the Planning Commission. My name is Charlie Payne. It's very nice to see you this evening. Thank you for your time. I think this is the first time I've been before this particular Planning Commission, so it's good to be here. I'll answer a couple of questions real quick that came from Mr. Parker and Mr. Myers. We did provide today revised proffers based on obviously reviewing the staff report and some questions that had come up. One was in regards to what particular development areas are we locating data centers, and we wanted some clarification for that because our proffers were a little confusing. So I'll get that in my presentation, but basically that would be development areas 1, 2, and 3, are the only locations where data centers will be. Areas 4, 5, and 6 will just be supporting and accessory uses for the data centers. So you may recall there was a square footage associated with each one of those development areas, one related to the max build out for data centers, which is, and staff had noted for the various different areas. For area 1, for example, is 1.25 million square feet max. Area 2 was 4 million, and area 3 was 2. The 4, 5, and 6 locations have a max of 50,000 square feet on 6, and then 150 on 4, I believe, and 100 on 5. So in all of those, 4, 5, and 6 are again to support the data center uses. The other change that you may very well be happy to hear, given your deliberations on the text amendment regarding data centers and other industrial uses, is that we believe we can meet your projected or proposed sound standards of 60 dBA during the day, basically from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. at 55. So we have provided a proffer to meet those standards, which is consistent with your draft text amendment. In regards to power, I will note that One of the first things, I think you've heard this from Dominion, in locating a data center you're looking for are what? Are transmission lines, high capacity transmission lines, which are obviously at this location. Given the industrial park and the Birchwood use, it's a good fit. It's a very good fit. All of the locations where electric lines, transmission lines or even distribution lines will cross will be contained on the site. All the various different development areas. I think there is a projected crossing across 3. I don't know all the details of that. All of that I'm sure is still to be worked out. But again, that's just what we're conceptually projecting. We have been working with Dominion, and that's one of the first things you do, in addition to working with locality, to ensure that there's adequate, obviously, power supply and utility capacity, facility capacity. I do have a copy of the red line changes. I only have a couple of copies, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Parker. I don't know if you'd like to have a copy of them or not. I'm happy to hand them to you either now or after my presentation. I do have a presentation, and I don't know if I work it from here or Lewis, if you work it from there or. Yes, I work it from here. Thank you. So thank you, Lewis, for pulling this up. And I want to thank staff and the county's consultant for all their hard work in working with us in the county. This discussion regarding data centers on this site is not new. So we have listened to the public, we've listened to county staff, and we've listened to your concerns regarding this proposal. And I think we've got a project you can support. So real quick, as Mr. Steinbach had noted, overall, the entire project, and I noted there are 6 development areas, but overall it's 869 acres. And it consists of the following parcels. 4 of those parcels, as we've identified for the comprehensive plan, which are the first 4 you see there, 2125, 2133, 2135, and 2143, that we need a comprehensive plan amendment. To the question of, and I think Mr. Fox had asked this question and Mr. Steinbach had answered it, just because the boundary lines are being adjusted or proposed to be adjusted for the subject settlement district, that doesn't mean those parcels are rezoned, and neither does it mean that our parcels are rezoned. We actually, in addition to the comp plan, we have to ask for a rezoning of those parcels. So I want to just make sure that's clear. Why 869 acres may be the question. One, for purposes of the proposed 15 years of growth that we're seeing in this industry. Again, you have seen past applications where there were various different types of potential uses, including distribution and manufacturing. We are lasering in only on data centers. As you also may know, data center expansion is one of the Commonwealth of Virginia's #1 economic priority goal. And we think this large campus setting will be very attractive to a data center investor. It's obviously located off of Route 3, as staff have noted. It's in the Pax Patanzi, Prince St. James Madison election district. And it will be developed in phases. We've got a note in here, the first phase is 1 million. This is more for traffic, and I'll talk about that. But staff is correct, and as one of our recent changes over the past week, we kind of eliminated the first phase concept of being 1 million, and the 4 million would be the first phase. But again, that's going to be built over time. As staff had also noted, these facilities are typically built 250,000 square feet per shell, if you will. And we'll get into the economics of that. But that concept, that process, that construction process takes a little time. What point there? There you go. So, questions we get a lot of times when we talk to members of the community, and we thought it'd be important to talk about it here, why it's important. Obviously, just identifying that Virginia is prioritizing expansion of data centers in the Commonwealth. What are they? They're obviously facilities that house servers and storage and network hardware that staff had noted. Organizations as internet work and as organizations manage their digital data. Why are they important? Why are they relevant? Well, obviously, if you've got a cell phone, you got an iPad, you got a laptop, If you commute virtually, if you will, you telecommute, if you're streaming, et cetera, you're using data center technology and obviously centered uses. They're critical infrastructure in our modern economy, critical. Northern Virginia data centers handle 70% of the internet communication in the entire world. So Virginia is forefront on data center development, has been for many, many years. It's used across all spectrums: family, healthcare providers, first responders, those working remotely, stream video, share information, and experiment with new technologies. You know, AI is growing. I hear it's going to replace lawyers. I can't wait. I need a day off. But again, it's just technology is moving so fast that data centers are trying to keep up. The average data center houses thousands of pieces of equipment, including computer servers, storage devices, and networking infrastructure. And who uses them? First responders, right? Energy companies, pharmaceuticals, government is a huge user, the Pentagon, a huge user, national defense, entertainment, healthcare, sports, consumer goods, travel technology, again, financial services. Such an important part of everything that we do, especially in this area when it comes to national defense. So this is our generalized development plan, and I thought it would be good to show why we think adjusting the comprehensive plan area makes a lot of sense. So if you look, obviously, this corridor, right, Route 3 corridor, which is a 4-lane highway, major road artery, which can expand to 6 lanes, has been an economic focus for the county for many, many years, and it's an economic corridor for you. Many, many years it's been that way, whether it was large sand and gravel operations in the past or large farming operations or Birchwood Power. And now the waste management landfill, which plays a significant tax generation role in the county, and obviously other industrial uses that are here in this particular area of the county. It makes a lot of sense for that focus and for us to be proposing a large campus of this type. Looking here at this. And this slide right here doesn't have all this identifiable surrounding uses. I think it's important to see open space areas. As staff have noted, 40% of this project is open space, including about 351 acres in total. We're also, as part of that open space, preserving about 155 acres. To the north, about 80 acres on the Birchwood site, and then actually it's the other way around, 75 acres at the Birchwood site, and at the Morey site, 2143, we are preserving 80 acres. And again, you can see where the development areas are being proposed in the light green, and then of course our first phase up there in the development area identified. And the area is obviously the boundaries being Fletcher's Chapel Road, and then south to the old Morey site. Now the Morey site, 10 acres of that used to be zone industrial for sand and gravel extraction. Of course, it's not zoned that today, but it was a large sand and gravel extraction location at one time. And of course, the boundary of the up to the Birchwood Creek Road, where the former power plant facility was located. Again, that facility was there for 25 years. As a coal burning plant facility. This is a good adaptive reuse of that site. Key details, and staff has noted many of these, and I think it'd be important just to reiterate a few of them and to go through them. We're limiting the uses again to only data center use and supporting accessory uses for the same. We're providing a construction impact mitigation plan prior to first site plan approval. So prior to each phase that we come forward, that we have to submit a site plan for, we're going to have our construction impact mitigation plan for that purpose. We're utilizing private water source. As staff had noted, the current permitted water intake site that was utilized for the Birchwood plant to use for cooling purposes, will also be utilized for this project for cooling purposes. It will not be used for potable water. We'll have well water for potable water, As staff had noted, these sites typically don't generate a lot of employees per building. So we're very comfortable with the ability to handle this on site. We are not asking the King George Service Authority for any sort of utility support. If in the future, and as you know, there's an MOU that's been approved by the authority between Birchwood and the Service Authority. In the future, if the Service Authority desires us to connect, we will certainly connect pursuant to their direction. Proffers of sound levels, you see this was in our old proffer. We have hence amended it, so it won't exceed 60 dBA between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 55 between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So that's what the new proffer states. No loading or unloading activity shall occur within 200 feet of any existing single-family residence. Again, setbacks and buffers and ensuring that we're a good neighbor. The applicant will provide a sound analysis prior to the issuance of a CO for each data center building. So before you issue a final CO, you're going to want to confirm that we can meet those sound standards, and we're going to do that as part of that process. We're also proffering $150,000 in cash towards King George County History Society Museum or other related historical priorities of the county at the direction of the board. We are proffering $1 million in cash towards public safety in conjunction with the county emergency service departments and develop an emergency action plan and training plan. That EAP, the emergency action plan, will be done at each site plan. So we'll be working with the fire chief and emergency services on what their needs are, emergency access, responsive training, et cetera. We are mitigating our transportation impacts. We'll get into that in a little bit. You'll see that our analysis, which was confirmed by VDOT and staff, that when we get to 1,000 trips total, vehicle trips per day, we trip the county's requirement for a TIA. The VDOT has concluded that a 527 is not required, but what we're going to do is before our first site plan is approved, we're going to complete that TIA for the entire project so that the county will know what those impacts are. The scoping of that will be agreed upon by the county, VDOT, and us. And that scoping, as you probably know, is studying key intersections that are being impacted. And we will abide by that study. If that study says that we've got to fix certain intersections, we've got to add lanes, build extended roads, whatever it may be, we're doing it. That's what we've proffered. MOU, as I noted earlier, I state here is for reviews, my understanding that it has been approved by the King George Service Authority, and that MOU has certain facets to it. I'm happy to have the discussion about that. Obviously, it's to support the county and its near-term and long-term public water supply needs and strategic planning. I noted overall open space is, again, 40%, close to 350 acres, 150 which are being preserved on 2150 and 2143. 2143 is obviously closest to the river. That also includes a 500-foot setback from the river. And Muddy Creek is on our western side, and that's a 200-foot setback, obviously, from the RPA. So that site is very buffered. Again, setbacks from public roads, you'll see in our view sheds here we're getting ready to show, range anywhere from 150 to 300 feet. From Route 3, they are 300 feet minimum. Side setbacks range from 100 to 200 feet, and then rear setbacks 50 feet to 500 feet. Again, 500 feet being from the Rappahannock River. So what this is an overall elevation or rendering, if you will, of the view shed from Kings Highway. And you'll see these are, there are two looking north and there's one will be looking south. So this is the street view from Route 3, Kings Highway eastbound, looking north. And staff had shown this slide as well. You can see the buildings, just the top of the buildings above the tree line there in the distance. The distance on that is 2,050 feet. Yep, thank you. Appreciate you helping a guy with old eyes who can't see very far. This is the visibility section rendering from Route 3 Kings Highway eastbound, again looking north. Again, that 20, 50 feet distance, this is just kind of an overview there. And you can see the view shed, line of sight view shed there across from the Route 3 across trees into the first building. I can't tell what this one is. This looks like, yeah, this is basically the same side view, looking north. Can you get me to the next one? I think I'm not driving this, actually. Thank you. This is the street view. This is story of my life. This is the street view rendering from Route 3 King looking south. As you can see, you cannot see the building. This is 1,100 feet setback from that distance. Next one, please.
Is that the Maury property
Yes.
there?
Yes.
So you'd no longer get a long view, really, you'd be looking at that instead. Yeah.
We're preserved, right. We're basically leaving the trees in place at that location.
So it doesn't look like that now.
This is the visibility section rendering from Route 3. Again, this is the sort of overview looking south, Mr. Fox. You see the line of sight at the bottom. Next, please. This is the street view rendering from Route 3 Kings Highway westbound looking north. Those buildings are set back about 3,400 feet. And you can see the distance view there at the bottom. This is the visibility section rendering from Route 3, again, westbound looking north. It's 3,400 feet to the site. And again, the line of sight there at the bottom. Again, the concept is to see either very little or none of the buildings. So what is it going to look like? What are the buildings going to look like? And we proffered these. These are illustrative concept images. They have various different design elements, and you'll see their ABC being a change in building material, pattern, texture, color, building step backs or recesses so that it doesn't look big, and then moving windows and doors around with fenestration. So what does it really look like? It doesn't look like an industrial building, right? It looks like an office building. That's the concept. Yes, sir, Mr. Myers.
We did the site views. There were no site views the other direction, right?
Site views are south and north.
Okay, but to Dissington Lane, wasn't there a building on Dissington Lane? Also,
comment.
We don't have those in here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The buildings. Remember, the development areas are going to be on only 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so the building on the other side of the Route 3 is gone now. No building on that side. On the Maury property.
There's no building on Maury. No, there is. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no conception. There will be a building. We're planning to build about 1.25 million square feet on that site of data center space.
Okay.
Right.
And what
you saw on the southern views was looking into the Maury site from Route 3.
Okay, so nothing on the other side.
Right.
What would be the height of the building on the Maury site?
50 feet max.
Okay.
So 4, 5, 6, and 1 height of the building is 50 feet. And then on 2 and 3, 2 can go to 80, and of course 3 can go to 80, and 2 is the old Birchwood site, can go up to about 120 with parapet walls and penthouse. I have those in here as well. Next, please. This is conceptually one of the more recent design buildings that we've done. Again, this is conceptual that we are projecting to put on this site. Very nice building. So here's just an elevation rendering. I thought we'd give you some context as to the elevations of the buildings and how they compare to current and prior uses. Of course, the Birchwood, prior Birchwood facility was about 130 feet, which also included a 402-foot smokestack. Of course, all of that's been raised. The King George landfill design elevation is 375 feet. And here's our story. So the one story I was talking about at 50 feet at Maury, Mr. Fox, is the one story you see there. It basically, I've got my cheat sheet here because I can't see that far. to the roof is about 36 feet, and then you get a parapet wall that goes up to about 43.6 feet, so around about 50 feet max. On the two-story, you go up to about 62.8 feet. On the roof, just the base roof, you get a parapet wall that can get you up to 69, and then the penthouse would take you to about 83. And again, the two-story would only be on development area 3. The 3-story and 1-story would be only on land development area 1, the Maury site. The old Butchner site is where the 2-story would be, and then the 3-story would be on the old Birchwood site. And that base roof is 93 feet, and then you have the parapet and the penthouse that take it up to about 116. Next, please. Economic impact. So what we have done is we've provided a baseline, if you will, of the economic impacts at 1 million square feet, which if you had a building that was 250,000 square feet, 4 of those was obviously 1 million square feet. One of those 250,000 square feet, or each of those 250,000 square feet facilities are generating about 4.2 to 4.5 million in tax revenue. And we'll get to that next slide in a minute. But this is just 1 million square feet. The construction layout for that economic one-time economic and fiscal impact from construction, round 1, again, that employment is spread out. Round 1 is 6,380 jobs, labor income 220 plus million, and output about 1.3 billion. Second round, again, about 980 jobs, 51 million in labor income, about 165 million in output. Total all in on the first phase, about 1.485 billion. What's that tax generating number for both state and local taxes is about $36 million plus. And the same thing for purposes of the economic impact for ongoing operations, obviously after construction. First round of injections, about 120 direct jobs, about 220 on the second round, which is generating 340 jobs. That's a typo there. And then on labor income, that's over 39 million, and then 311 million on total output. These numbers came from the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance and Magnum Economics, so that's who provided us this independent resource. Next, please.
Did they run them for King George or without the state?
Well, they're run based on just the. We'll get to the next slide, which talks about the tax revenues for King George.
Okay.
But this is just run on what your basic construction and investment is, and then what your ongoing operations for a data center facility. Okay. Next one, please. So here are the fiscal impacts utilizing the King George County numbers, because we specifically wanted to make sure that was appropriately applied. So again, if you look at one of these 250,000 square foot facilities is $1 billion investment, basically, and that includes both real estate and data centers. So at 1 million square feet, you've got a $4 billion investment. Of that, $1.32 billion is real estate, and the data center equipment, which is a big one, is about $2.68 billion. Real estate tax rates, the applicable ones for King George County are to your right. We've assessed them at 100% and 25%. And the estimated tax revenue all in with 1 million square feet only is about $19.5 million. What would it look like at full build out if we would build out 7.25 million square feet? It's about $120 to $130 million annually would be generated from that site. And that's our goal. Our goal is to build out that much over 15 years. Comparing that to tax revenues generated in 2021 and 2022 by the county, I mean, the 36 million and 44 million, it's a significant opportunity just to get 1 million square foot baseline for King George County. Next, please. So traffic impacts, and staff had discussed this briefly. So when we get to 1 million square feet, we're anticipating that we'll have to perform the TIA. We'll start having impacts, I should say, because the TIA will be completed by then. So the first phase is projected to only generate about 90 trips during AM, PM peak hour. And again, that's up to 1 million square feet. And 30 trips during PM peak hour and about 750 trips on an average weekday. You'll see in the last slide that data centers generate low traffic, about 0.75 trips per 1,000 square feet. And if you compare that to other industrial uses, it is minuscule. And I'll show you that slide here in a second. Full build out is expected to generate, this is all in 7.25 million square feet, 675 trips during the AM peak hour, 225 trips during the PM, and 5,600 trips on an average weekday. Again, long-term build out. And we will be addressing our impacts for that type of build out in our TIA. Again, the county requires a TIA if you trip 1,000 trips per day or 100 vehicle trips in a peak hour. And we've provided a traffic memo with our application that's been reviewed by VDOT. It's based on actual data center use. So VDOT did accept the methodology, and so did the county. Access to the project will be provided via entrances of Kings Highway and Birchwood Creek Road. The proposed rezoning is not expected to have a negative impact on mainline traffic operations. Again, those will be mitigated. And the scope of the TIA, again, will be agreed by the county, VDOT, and the applicant, and we have proffered to mitigate all impacts identified in our TIA. So just comparing traffic to other uses. So an industrial office park is a huge traffic generator. It's 14.8 times more than what a data center generates. I'm talking office park and industrial park is 4.5 times more. And these are based on VDOT's ITE numbers. So these aren't things that we just kind of pulled out of the air. This is actual modeling data from VDOT. Single family detached housing generates 4 times more traffic. And just warehouse and distribution generates about 2.3 times more traffic. Next. So how do we compare? How do data centers compare? Checking the boxes, low traffic, significant positive tax revenue, high paying jobs, little strain on resources like schools, fire, and police. And again, the tax revenue can provide great support for all those county services. Commercial has a greater impact on traffic. And, the revenue is good, but it's not as great as tax revenue, bang for your buck, if you will, for tax revenue generated by data centers. It does create high-paying jobs, but again, not to the extent of data centers, and it does have low community impacts on resources. Same with industrial, as you can see, and residential, unfortunately, gets all the red boxes, X's, not intentionally, but it does have a greater impact on basically every county service, traffic, and et cetera. I think that is it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, by the way, for doing that. I appreciate it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I appreciate your time and patience. I know that was a lot, and but thank you again for your time this evening.
Sorry, I have just one relating to noise. I appreciate that you've proffered a noise analysis to assess code compliance at the outset of operation there at the end of construction. Did you consider at all proffering permanent noise monitoring stations at the boundaries of the sites for the life cycle of the project?
We obviously did not proffer that. The contemplation was that given that we've proffered that we have to meet these standards. If we don't meet these standards, I believe the sheriff's office enforces a noise ordinance. If we don't meet the standards, they obviously can ping us, right? We thought, we're confident that the sound modeling that we're providing you at the certificate of occupancy stage would clearly demonstrate that we'll meet those standards
at that time.
Well, meet that standard for the use of the building, for the long-term use of the building. The operations of the facility will meet them for that purpose.
At that time, but over the life cycle of the project, there's no provision for ongoing noise monitoring on the part of the applicant for the benefit of the county.
We can certainly take a look at that, but I mean, again, we have to meet the noise standard no matter what.
I understand. But as you're probably well aware, it's pretty much standard operating procedure for power plants, cement plants, other, large scale industries to have in place permanent noise monitoring. It's not expensive, as you know, and that data be, calibrated once a year or so to make sure that it's working properly and monitoring properly. And then that way residents can perhaps even real time have the self-assurance that everything is compliant.
I think a reasonable request, we'll take a look at it. I also want, and I don't know how much in depth you went into your analysis regarding data centers and sound. It's important to note that basically about 4 months out of the year during sort of peak hours, warm peak hours, you have a lot of HVAC activity, of cooling activity. Most of the year, most of the time, those units are not running and it's just air cooled. You're opening up vents and it's basically air cooled. So just want the community to understand that.
Okay, I appreciate your taking that into consideration.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
On the sound, you specifically mentioned that you would test each building individually when brought online, but we're talking about all the buildings together aren't going to break the sound.
That's right. So we can't, it's at the boundary line. Whether we got 10 buildings or one building, we can't violate that 60-55 requirement.
Okay, thank you.
So we talked about updates to the proffers.
Yes.
Could you speak to the changes?
Yes, sir. It's really just 2 changes, and I would suggest that they're actually more beneficial as they provide even more reduction of impact, if you will. So the first change is one we just noted about meeting the sound standard that's been put in your text amendment draft that staff had noted in its comments, where we would be no greater than 60 dBA during the day, if you will, operations, and no greater than 55 at night. So that's been changed. And then we've also, as I noted earlier on, identified which development areas include data centers and which areas include supporting accessory uses. So data centers will be on development areas 1, 2, and 3, the Birchwood site, the old Butchner site, and the Morey site. And then the supporting accessory uses, the small office use, the sort of fleet parking areas, the electric infrastructure, et cetera, will be located on 4, 5, and 6.
Mr. Moss, if you would like, we can make copies of those red line proffers that Mr. Payne alluded to at the beginning of his presentation, so we can distribute them to the commission members.
The intent was to get it out in the open, so it wouldn't just be kind of read up here, or we wanted everyone to have a part in it.
Okay.
And it's in both the proffer amendment and the proffer statement regarding the sound issue. So we put it in both.
So right now, I certainly appreciate, the changes to the noise level, but you're still proposing doing those tests prior to the occupancy permit. The county at one point in time had suggested doing them a model prior to construction. Possibility that you could do that?
I don't think we have a problem with that, but I think you're going to want to know once that facility is fully designed and constructed, what's it going to sound like?
Absolutely. Right. I'm asking, could you do the model analysis based on your design of your building,
right?
And then afterwards do it, before the occupancy permit. I think that would give at least me a comfort level that you're truly building all this in, so that we don't wind up with an argument later. Thank you.
I agree. We're not going to want to build a $1 billion building and it not meet our sound compliance. So I
don't believe you would. I sort of suspect that your engineers, your designers are going to do that anyway,
right?
Just to make sure they're using the right material. But if you're going to do it,
right,
I'd like you to share it with us.
Can you explain to me some of the accessory uses that require battery storage and diesel storage and where those would be located? What the risks are for that?
So our accessory uses, and I'll give you a quick list. include our generators, obviously, distribution, transmission, substation facilities. This is all in our proffer statements. In our narrative, enclosed battery and fuel storage facilities. I think that was your question on that one. Also includes office, general office, storage, logistics, maintenance, anything that would go with a large facility. The generators, obviously, for the sites need to have, an energy supply, whether it's a battery or a fuel supply. So typically, those are housed indoors into the facilities. I know there was a question about whether or not we would have some large outdoor sort of fuel storage facility on site number 3, which is not too far from the elementary school. No, we will not. All of that will be internal, if you will, to the development. The battery and the fuel storage facilities are necessary, obviously, for any sort of outages that have to be addressed for the generator, and that would be the only purpose for those.
I would just like maybe some more explanation about the size and the scope of those facilities. I know that battery storage facilities are something that we are looking at in our ordinances. And if you are going to have that on your plan, I guess I'd like to know a little bit more about what that would look like.
Good question. I don't think we've designed them yet, so I'm not quite sure. But remember, our sort of the collection of those facilities are no more than 50,000 square feet on development area 6, and 150 on 5, I believe, and 100 on 4. And that's everything. That's just not one type of storage facility. But we haven't designed it yet, quite honestly, so I'm not sure. But I can get you that answer if that's okay after this meeting. Or
Mr.
maybe I'm going to
Moss?
get it tonight. I'm sorry.
If I could butt in, I understand the Planning Commission has a lot of questions, and that's good. But I would advise to hold on to the more substantive questions till after the public hearing is opened.
Need to kick that off because we're on the clock.
Yes.
Through this whole project, there's been a hesitation, it seems like, on giving exact details. Is there a reason, like the battery storage isn't done? Is that because you just haven't got there, or is that because the buyer isn't involved yet, or is there some reason for that, or?
Well, I mean, we haven't fully designed the facility, the project, but I mean, I think we've gotten to a pretty good point where we're comfortable where the data center facilities are going to be and where the supporting users are going to be. I'm not, of course, not the engineer here, but the battery storage facilities, if we will be in the data center. They're not outside the data center, so they're going to be part of the facility itself. They'll be enclosed in that facility. Same with the fuel that supports the generators. Now, there may be other sort of outdoor storage fuel areas, but for the most part, a lot of that's going to be housed within the components that either support or the actual data center itself. Okay. So, and it's just within the building for the battery storage.
Okay, and the thought behind putting all the accessory uses out front on Route 3 instead of behind on the 75 acres or part of that 75 acres. Yeah. Was there a reason to put them out front rather than put them in the back there, or is that all RPA behind it, or what?
Well, they're when you say 75 acres, you're talking about the Birchwood 75 acres.
Right.
It's a lot of RPA and wetlands back there.
Okay, so that's unusable land.
Right. Yep. And remember, those accessory supporting uses are significantly set back from Route 3.
Okay, and what percentage of the open space would you say is RPA on that?
Well, is most of the 75 RPA? Both 75 and 80 are probably a lot of RPA. Right. Pretty much 100%.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Okay, we're going to move to public hearing.
It's okay.
Floor is open for a public hearing. Now we're going to do this one at a time. So first, anyway, we're going to open the floor to public hearing. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And we're going to attack this one at a time. First one being the comprehensive plan amendment.
Mr. Payne, did you have any comments on the comprehensive plan? Did you have any comments on the comprehensive plan change?
Yes. I know Ms. Fairfax had a question about the comprehensive plan. Our request for the comprehensive plan was for just the 4 parcels we identified in our narrative and in our rezoning application that are outside of the current settlement area of the Route 3 West Settlement Primary Area. That was our focus. So any other properties that got captured in sort of what I think was just creating boundaries that made a whole lot of sense for that expansion, we're okay if the county wants to exclude properties within that area. That was not per se our request. Our request is just to get those parcels that we requested in that particular settlement district. So,
Okay. Debbie Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. I just want to reiterate what he just said, that, I've corresponded with each of you. It does not rezone the property, but it does put it in a position where it's now seen as, hey, it would be a great idea for this to go industrial. I would say let these properties rise and fall on behalf of their property owner. I mean, we can't judge the future, but on slide 5, you could see if the original plan that they had would have incorporated my farmland with 3 families. It's actively farmed. Moose Dobson's property, Tommy Dobson's property. There's a small farm place there. Also, a young couple, he's a firefighter. They bought that property because they could afford it and pay their way. So I appreciate their willingness to cut those properties that aren't part of the proposal out of a sweeping comprehensive change. I thank them for that. But graciously, I would like to say that perhaps making decisions in general about the comprehensive plan, we would want to kind of see what we're going to rezone for first. Thank you. And thank you. I appreciate your consideration.
Todd Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. So it makes perfect sense for the applicant to want the properties that are in their application to be part of the comprehensive plan adjustment. It makes no sense to make it bigger than that. There's no justifiable reason. The applicant obviously has said they don't need it. It doesn't impact their plan. So I guess the recommendation should be that no changes be made to the comprehensive plan other than to include the properties specifically and only that are in the applicant's proposal. No more, no less. As I understand, the comprehensive plan gets reevaluated every 5 years, and 5 years from 2019 is next year. So if a conversation needs to be had about the Route 3 West settlement area, that's the time to have it, and not sweep it in as part of this applicant's activity, which they've already said they don't need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I am Janet Murphy, and I live on Shamrock Lane in Hop Yard. Something that hasn't been addressed. There's going to be hundreds of people working at this facility. And granted, 15 years is a long time, but there's no place to put all these people. We don't have multifamily housing, and I don't think anybody really wants it. So where are we going to house all of these employees? And assuming that some of these employees will have families, where are we going to educate their children? Right now, James Madison is kind of chock full of children and on the low end of being able to staff at capacity for an assortment of reasons. But you're going to consider putting in this huge industrial complex of data warehouses, and you're not going to have any place for the families who live there to live or to educate their children. So my question is, has it been considered to ask the people who are wanting to do this development to include funding, not just for the fire department and the safety and the police, but to also include putting annexes on our existing schools towards classroom space, recreational facilities, and staffing? $1 million towards the fire department and the police is necessary, but $1 million towards educating all of these additional children that I don't hear has been considered at all. They're going to need books. They're going to need technology. They're going to need teachers. They're going to need lunchrooms. They're going to need new kitchens. They're going to need a lot of stuff. And I haven't heard anybody here on either side of this dog and pony show address the basic instinct to educate the children that will be coming if we find a place to house their families. Thank you.
A little short, sorry. Reagan Anderson, 9515 Fletcher's Chapel Road. I had quite a lot to say, but I'm going to shorten it. So we know the comprehensive plan. I'm an archaeologist and preservationist, just to say that. I work for the Department of Historic Resources as well. Our comprehensive plan is to, express vision, goals, objectives for the future of the county, but it's also to preserve the community and protect our community and those assets within the community. I have a concern. I can see the cultural resource survey done for Birchwood. It was done in 2021 and it's on VCRIS now. I don't know if you guys have seen that. The projected study area that survey was done under does not include the Fletcher's Chapel section. It does not include that, I guess it's the Morey section, whatever's near Farley Vale, the farm. It does not include that, so I don't know if another resource survey needs to be done, but that concerns me because there is high potential. The survey itself says that there's high prehistoric site potential and high historic site potential in all of those areas. So just that concerns me as a preservationist standpoint. I am also a citizen of the Potomac tribe, and especially that Fletcher's Chapel area was homeland to Paspatanzi, which is our ancestral homeland. That worries me as well. There's not quite a lot of setback on the Fletcher's Chapel area, which I don't enjoy. And I just live in that area in general, so please think about this before you approve anything. Just, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
My name's John McWilliam. Live 5092 Spinnaker Lane. Basically, my question is, has anyone thought what's going to happen 15 years down the road once this is finally developed and made? Is technology going to pass us by? And now these buildings, these data centers are no longer in use. So what is it going to do now? We just clear cut all this area, all these farms and farmed areas that have been used are now gone. What now can we use this for? Is it going to be office buildings or what? Has anyone thought about that? They did it up in Loudoun County, and it runs the entire Route 50 corridor all the way down from Dulles all the way out. It's an extreme eyesore. Just want to make sure you're thinking about that prior to approving this. I know we moved down here to get away from all of that because we love the country rural feel. And yeah, so thank you.
Okay. Oh, online. Mr. Dine, do you have anybody online for public comment for the comprehensive plan amendments? Oh, sorry.
I would like to speak. I'm sorry. One more person, me.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Kathy Phillips, and I live in Hop Yard Farm on 7085 Steamboat Court. And I have a few questions and suggestions. My first observation is that traveling from the Fredericksburg area, so Route 3 East, when you get to the Sealston area, you've got, I think, an auto sales business on the left, the light, and then on the right, you've got the trailer park, the post office. That's in a trailer, I believe. Next to that, you've got a truck stop, a gas station, and behind it, not very good looking industrial buildings. Next to the gas station, you have, I don't even know what that is on the right. It's got some big cement blocks out by the road. And so I'm concerned that if this is built, that first of all, the setbacks, the 150 to 300 foot setback, I think is a little laughable. I think it should, more than double. Because, this Route 3 East corridor is the entrance to the Northern Neck. It's rural. Once you get past that Sealston area, it's pretty good looking, and we want to keep that feeling. And so I think we should be very, very generous with setbacks for any businesses along this corridor. I understand that this is the place where our future revenue will come from. But I agree with my neighbor in terms of building out the infrastructure to support all of this growth. I also agree with Mr. Fairfax that if we have a year to consider more things, that we should wait or scale down this whole thing, because this seems like a huge project. And if we don't have to approve it all at once, let's not do that, or not approve it at all. My next question pertains to the proposed park that's supposed to have access to the Rappahannock. I just had one question.
Ma'am,
Where will
could you
that
go
be
very
in
quickly,
terms
please?
of Hop Yard Farm? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Catherine Allenson. I live at 6352 Chatterton Lane, which is off of 218. I'm having a bit of deja vu. We were here before. And again, my concern is the sheer size of the project. And I don't know, maybe there can be some scaling back, or the center behind the school is a lot. And also near the river, to me, is still concerning. It seems a much better plan than previously. Obviously, a lot more thought has gone into it. But again, such a size is a lot of change. And again, like I said before, once it's done, it is done. And so like the lady said before me, we do want to keep it rural, while at the same time, obviously, taking into consideration revenue and whatnot. Another fact is while looking at all of the jobs that are going to be created might seem great, you do have to consider that probably a lot of people are going to be commuters. So, just saying. Anyways, thank you. Have a good night.
Hi, good evening. Ian Scott. I own a house in Oakland Park subdivision. Just one really quick comment on this comprehensive plan before we move on. That is just to respectfully request that you don't change anything on the comprehensive plan until you decide for sure what you're going to rezone. Otherwise, you are making changes to the zoning without having a specific reason in mind for that change. Thank you.
Any other folks online, Mr. Dines?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, with that, we'll move to the conditional rezoning application case.
Mr. Mark, is Marcus, Border Grove Company
I
email?
have something that's later.
That seems to be matter.
You don't want to close this public hearing for the application.
Shouldn't get my email. Shouldn't get-
Need to close that. Close that public hearing. Okay, so we're closing public hearing on the comprehensive plan amendment, or continuing with conditional rezoning application case Z 2023-00099. Yes.
Yes. It's rezoning on the first one. This is rezoning on 50.
This is the yes.
Rezoning on parcel 50.
Yes.
It's rezoning on parcel 50.
Would you cite the case number, please?
Z-2023-00101.
No. Z -2023-00099.
Okay. So that's 43.
43.
Well, this should be the rezoning for several parcels of the agricultural parcels to industrial.
Todd Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. To say that we are thrilled to see the proffered sound levels is an understatement. Frankly, it's an understatement of the year. We are very glad to see that. Thank you very much. We're also glad to hear that the applicant will incorporate those into the global proffer statement, which would be applicable to this application, as well as the proffered amendment statement for consideration on a subsequent case. What I believe I've heard is that they will guarantee that the combined total sound generated from all the buildings and uses on the property shall not exceed the recently proffered limits of 60-day and 55-night. I would like them to clarify the phrase, the use. In both of those proffer statements, they use the term the use. It's really not as precise a language as what could be. Perhaps a better language would be to specifically state that it would be, quote, the combined total sound generated from all buildings and uses on the property, not to exceed the now proffered levels. Again, that's not really a substantive change, but I do think it's a meaningful change for clarity and precision of language, just so that there's no ambiguity on what the phrase or what the two words, the use, means. I'm also very happy to hear that they're going to talk about sound modeling beforehand and sound analysis after the fact. I did not hear them offer that they would put their certificate of occupancy on the line each year with annual testing as called for in the draft ordinance overhaul that you're all aware of, and also similarly put their certificate of occupancy online for complaint-based testing should there be violations that are not resolved in a timely fashion. And I think that timely fashion is specified in the ordinance overhaul as 48 hours It's very excellent to hear that they're taking the sound issues seriously. I do hope that they are willing to add to their proper statements the comments that I've just made so that they would willingly submit to annual testing. That's separate and distinct from obtaining certificate of occupancy and also similarly putting their certificate of occupancy on the line to back up their willingness to be good neighbors in the sound domain. Thank you.
Evening, Ian Scott, Oakland Park. I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate and concur with some of the things that Mr. Fairfax just mentioned and some other folks have already mentioned as well. I too am happy to hear about the updated proffer on the noise levels. And I also agree that the language that has been presented could be cleared up and made a little bit more explicit about that noise level being the combined noise of all the buildings and not simply as for the use of the data center itself. And I'd also just like to add that I also share the concern of the person that spoke earlier about that the additional infrastructure that's going to be needed in addition to the emergency services and police and fire, but also the schools and the housing, and that these are all considerations that I think need to be factored into these discussions and decisions. Thank you.
Debbie Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. Just very briefly, I think the simplest way to put what Todd was saying as well is if we just follow what we're doing in our new ordinance. On page 56, that's where we talk about the annual testing and the complaint-based testing. If they're serious about being good neighbors, and I'd say they've made some good faith gestures tonight, if they would be willing to match our current ordinance, that would go a long way to building comfort in the people that are living nearby these. And you realize I've invested a year of my life advocating for this. Thank you.
Brent Hunsinger, Friends of the Rappahannock. First of all, I'd like to say that we're not for or against this proposal at this time. We do have some concerns. The first one regarding potential loss of intact forest canopy. They will have to do landscaping and buffers, but at the same time, the rate at which we are losing intact forest canopy in King George and 104 acres between 2014 and 2018, and we don't even have the data yet between 2018 and 2022, which will be coming in reports next year, hopefully. It does take 8 years to do maps, unfortunately, with government. Regarding the river access, the 8 acres of dedicated river access is appreciated. I don't think we can have too much access to the river. There's a real lack of access between roughly King George all the way down to Tappahannock, for that matter, in that part of the river. Unfortunately, the parcel that they have proffered, if you go see what the topography is like, it doesn't lend itself to easy access to the river. So there will be logistical challenges to try and figure out what kind of access and how you would get down to the river in that place. The transmission lines, we don't know, as we know where they are now, but what transmission lines are going to be needed to route power to these substations and where are they going to be put and what clearing is going to be required. Are they going to have to go through wetlands? Are they going to have to cut swaths through intact forests that we have now? Are they going to have to eminent domain land? These are all things just to consider. Water use, what type of cooling will be used in these facilities? There's new technology using a certain type of glycol that can be used that will limit the amount of water that is needed. I understand that they have their permit, so that's not really an issue in this particular situation. Although it would be nice to know how much of that, up to that 6.6 million gallons of water they plan to use a day, because they're allowed to use a maximum of 6.6 from this permit that they're allowed to draw. The grading process, are they going to grade whole sites at one time? We know with increased rain amounts that our ENS and our stormwater BMPs are not able to handle the incredibly large amounts of rain that we're getting. All you have to do is look at some solar areas and read up on it in the watershed to see how they're having problems containing that water when we get these incredible storms. Sunday morning, if you were in King George County, you saw the types of storms that we had. That said, I am very thankful for the larger buffer, especially the 500 feet along the Rappahannock River and the 200 feet along the creeks. That is a bonus, so, and appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Dines, anyone online for this portion?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll close public hearing on conditional rezoning application case number Z2023000099. And we'll begin public hearing on proffer amendment application case.
Chairman Moss, this would be the time to read the letter that was brought to us. And before you do that, I'd also like to just acknowledge, as Mr. DeCourt has stated, that we did receive a letter of opposition yesterday that was sent out to the Planning Commission.
Finish these and then read this?
I would read that now since that does relate to the rezoning request.
Okay. So before I open
the next public hearing,
public hearing, there's a letter to read for the record. Dear committee, I have many concerns about the proposal to rezone over 800 acres of land in King George County to industrial use. And while I also share the many concerns about the proposed future land use, including numerous data centers and their implications as well, what I would like to share is some concerns about what we stand to lose in permitting industrial development of such large swaths of what is now agricultural land. According to American Farmland Trust, well-managed farmland supports wildlife, biodiversity, cleans our water, increases resilience to natural disasters like floods and fire, and helps to combat the changing climate. But for decades, America's life sustaining agricultural land has been shrinking at a quite alarming rate. According to the national group called Farms Under Threat, a 2022 study estimated an average of 2,000 acres of farmland are lost each day. For instance, in 2021, the U.S. lost 3.1 million acres of farmland to development. According to the website Farms Are Riches, as a county will never uncover more unusable agricultural land. The amount of arable land is finite nature. Further consider that some regions are completely devoid of agricultural potential. Why this matters. For starters, the United Nations estimates that crop production will have to increase by as much as 60% by the year 2050 to feed the estimated 9.3 billion people living on the earth at that time. Second, from an economic perspective, in 2021 alone, nearly 20% of the U.S. economy and 30% of all American jobs were agriculturally related. And third, from an environmental perspective, AFT reports will never achieve climate goals solely by reducing emissions. America needs to retain farmland to draw down carbon from the air. In conclusion, I urge you to consider a bigger picture here. Please do not merely see the potential, perhaps even limited positive impacts the new development might appear to have, but the greater negative impacts of permanently changing a landscape. The impact on the environment, the community, and larger effects, permanent loss of agricultural land under consideration could persist indefinitely. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Eric Johnson, 5990 Parsons Lane, King George, Virginia, 22485. Okay, so now we'll open up public hearing for proffer amendment application case number Z2023-00101.
Todd Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. My comments are going to sound very similar to the last time, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Case number 99, my point was sound regarding the properties that may be rezoned agricultural to industrial. Same comment, case 101, because this now references the current industrially zoned Birchwood property with needing the same proffers for the same sound conversations that I've just mentioned and Mr. Payne has elaborated on earlier. So to that end, the global proffer statement was applicable to case 99, and the amended proffer statement is applicable to this one. And so my comment is still the same for the same reason that the words "the use" are not as clear as they could be. Let's seek for precision and crispness in language to remove all ambiguity, such that it says something to the effect of the combined total sound generated from all buildings and uses on the property shall not exceed the limits that's now been most recently proffered. And the same thing regarding submitting to the provisions of the not yet accepted ordinance overhaul for annual checks of sound levels and being able to remediate those in a timely fashion or losing occupancy, and similarly complaint-based resolutions that have to happen in a timely fashion or risk loss of certificate of occupancy. Same comment, but there's two proffer statements that need to reflect it in order to cover case 99 and case 101. I just want to make sure you engage on that and make sure whatever is written in adjusted sound proffers is identically reflected in both of those proffers to cover both of these cases, because they're both different properties that are involved. Thank you.
Debbie Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. And I just want to make one comment on 2150 that's already industrial. We need to be careful not to get lulled into, well, it's already industrial, and not be specific on noise, because there are two properties on the southbound side, the Diaz family, and then there is the Dobson Home Place. And additionally, there is sound that amazingly travels to Warman Estates on 218. So I do think we need to just keep our noise consideration, even though it is an industrial property. And like Todd said, the extra proffer statement needs to cover that. Thank you.
Hunter Reed, 2103 Kings Highway. So as the landowner's son about some property in question, I would like to address some of the positives. I know I've heard a lot of concerning things. Growing up as a cattle farmer, I've been farming cattle with me, my dad, and my granddad since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. I'm willing to sacrifice a lot of the land in favor of the data centers, because along with cattle farming, I build police cars for the federal government, along with King George County Sheriff. I feel like the data centers will provide good equity for the Sheriff's Department with their radio upgrades, along with the school systems to provide the children with better education and needs of education. The best thing to do is to be positive for the future of the children. I believe the data centers will be a good positive for the future of the children. Thank you.
Ms. Dines, do we have anyone online for public comment for this case?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we will close public comment for Z 202301000101. And we will begin public comment on the special exceptions permit case number Z 2023000100.
Todd Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway, likely my last time talking tonight. So I think this particular one is terribly exciting. As you are aware, noise has been a major focus of my wife and I's attention for some number of months now. We have not been as long aware of the water problem, but as we have become aware of it, we see the great crisis that it is and the great burden that it's causing on the citizens. And it seems such a waste to have this vast capability that exists and is properly permitted to bring this water into not only this use, but also eventually finding its way into the public utility use. So I think this is a great one, and I think you should vote for it for sure. Thank you.
Online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Discussion.
Do you want to start on a particular one or just in general?
Yeah, let's start at the top. So let's start discussion with comprehensive plan amendment.
So just as a comment, the comprehensive plan identified a conceptual area that we would consider for development of industrial activities. So, I mean, we drew a line on a map, but, it was never meant to be absolutely definitive. So I think that area still makes a lot of sense for the county as an industrial area because of the old power plant, the dump, all that kind of stuff. And we've already got an industrial park there that's pretty vibrant. So I still think it's okay. I heard the comment about that, we should be doing a review of the comprehensive plan in the next year or two. So, I'm not sure how important it is because conceptually, that's all it is. It's just a concept of an area. We're not changing zoning. We're going to look at each zoning application individually and make a decision on what's best for the county. So I don't have a problem making a change to the comprehensive plan now, with one exception, or just doing the 4 parcels that are part of this proposal if we think there's a likelihood that it's going to move towards approval. I do have some concerns about the parcel that lies on the river side of Route 3. If I'm going to retain the rural character of an area, I'd prefer to do it around the river. I also have some concerns about what are their potential for contaminants coming out of one of these facilities, particularly if there was a fire event and making its way into the water. I'm appreciative of the applicants, leaving the tree buffer and a lot of that there. That helps a lot, but I'm also not crazy about running high voltage lines over the highway, unnecessarily. I'm not comfortable with that parcel being part of the final project here. Personally, I'd like to see it removed and not be included. So on the issue of the comprehensive plan, I would say let's just take the 4 parcels or the 3 parcels that are really, at stake here. Development area 3, 4, and 5, and go ahead and add those into the conceptual area for industrial, development on the comprehensive plan, and leave it there, and then come address it again when we review the comprehensive plan in the next year or two. So.
I'd agree with that. Exactly.
When we revised the comp plan, we stayed away from the riverside.
Yeah.
We actually talked about making a line behind the Route 3, the properties on Route 3 going behind the properties. And then we said, well, we can do it on a case-by-case basis on approval. And we made the Route 3 change and tried to keep it off of Fletcher's Chapel, away from the elementary school, was what we had discussed at the time. I think it's important. The riverside is absolutely a no-go for me. I don't like that side at all. The other side, I think, is the entrance to the county. And you're bringing in an entrance to a county where you're going to say, oh, that's King George. That's where the power lines are over and all the data centers are lined up on both sides of the road. I don't know. I think you also have the runoff on this all the way through. I mean, you have 191 acres of buildings. That's a huge, huge build out. I mean, personally, walking into this meeting, I was thinking, if you cut everything on the Route 3 side off, you have 4 million square foot of data center. It's going to take 10 to 15 years to build out just on the Birchwood property. I think if we have good neighbors, we would certainly look at more, but I don't know. This is a huge project. It's a huge project. And I think, we just debated over 5 road entrances on a subdivision, and we're going, okay, we're going to take 900 acres of data center and put it on both sides of the road, enter the county with it, all that. I think there's a way. That's why I was asking about the green space in the back. Is the green space just all RPA you can't use? Or is that usable area? But it sounds like it's all just RPA you can't use. So there's nowhere, these accessory buildings, I don't know how important they are or where they can be. It sounds like the storage is inside the units. I'm really inclined to keep it where we had it. Can we make a change to it? Absolutely, we can make a change to it. Let's get this project done and then start asking for more before we box ourselves in to 30 years worth of development or 20 years worth of development that we don't know exactly what we're getting, I think.
I think when you think about a comprehensive plan, it needs to be looked at comprehensively, the weighing the entire county. And I don't think this project is prohibitive if we don't change the comprehensive plan. Is that correct? So, I would say that if we're going to change the plan, we should do it when we have time to look at where we're going everywhere and not just in one corner.
And I'll echo those sentiments. I think anytime you change the comp plan, you open the door for setting a precedent for changing it when anybody wants to do anything, whether it's industrial or residential. I agree. I think we should keep it probably the way it is now. Earlier, Mr. Myers mentioned, you talked about exact details, and I think that's what concerns me a little bit is that the existing area 2A is the only one that I see any building placement on. And to echo Mr. Myers' sentiments as well, as with the size of this, I'd like to see more building placement for a development of this nature, because then you'd be able to get a little better idea of the traffic impacts, setbacks, et cetera. But that's really the only place where I'm seeing any potential building placement is in that diagram. So those are my thoughts on it, but I underscore it, I guess, to the immediate topic is I'm not a huge fan of changing the comp plan now. I'd rather wait a year until we come back around to it and then visit it at that time.
Well, there's no real need to change it, right?
Correct.
In order to approve a project if we get to that point. So yeah, I can live with that as well. Because again, we're not changing zoning. So I just don't think it's a big issue. I second your comment about, on development area 2A, they're showing us a conceptual plan. It's not very detailed, but it's enough to satisfy my needs to address what they're doing there. I like you, I'm not real excited about doing zoning changes on any of the other parcels until I see some kind of a plan for the use of that land. Where are they planning on placing buildings? How many buildings? Where's their storage areas? All that. So I sort of want to send the idea out there that I'm supportive of the idea of a data center campus, but I don't want to rezone without enough information to really understand how they're going to use that parcel of land. We haven't done that in the past. We've said that earlier on this project. They came forward with something sort of reasonable on 2A, but other than just some words on their current plans for the rest of the parcels, they haven't really given us anything to look at. So.
So with a 15-year plan, they're probably giving themselves room to figure out what the plan is going to be. I mean, you're going to look at what's in front of you first, work on it, and then develop further. I
get it, but
I think I'm sure they have ideas, that's kind of why they put the dotted lines, what the buildings might be. But I think it's kind of it's a tall ask to say, hey, show me everything you got, because they probably don't know.
It's a tall ask to ask for 900 acres to be rezoned.
I'm not asking,
There's
or
a
I'm
plan.
not thinking that we need a definitive site plan. Conceptually is all I'm looking for. I mean, how many buildings are they planning on putting on site 3? They said they're going to be 2-story tall, but how many of them and where are they going to place them? There's an area reserved for substation. Where is that? It's going to be down by the road. Is it going to be farther away from the road? I mean, just give me something. When they get to the final plan, it'll be a lot more detailed, and I don't expect it to match the conceptual one exactly, but at least we'll have an idea of what we're basing our zoning change on. So, again, this county is going to grow. I don't want to get into this because it's more philosophical, at least for me. The county is going to grow. Our responsibility is to manage the growth. We were trying to do that when we went into the comprehensive plan and designated an area that we said was a good area for continued development of industrial type activities. As industrial activities go, this data center is relatively clean, brings in high-paying jobs. It's going to produce a lot of revenue for the county. There's a lot of very, very good positives. At the beginning, what I was saying was address some issues about, particularly sound. And I think it's a great project if we can do that successfully. So I want to send a message to the applicant that I'm very supportive of doing a data center there, even doing a campus with multiple parcels of land. But I want a little bit more information before I start rezoning parcels of land. I don't think that's unreasonable.
But again, this is not a rezoning. This is a revision to a plan. And I actually don't even know how that we would affect that outside of, do we reprint it and reissue it? I mean, I think these things should follow their cycles, that we rezone what we think is necessary and appropriate to rezone and do the comp plan changes in regular order with meetings. Now, my question is, why industrial? I mean, every use, accessory use we've heard tonight could be readily accommodated by light industrial.
Yeah. I don't think we're looking at this all necessarily the same. And in it, it's the difference of looking at someone that wants to build a data center. So if you take like, examples would be like the Food Lion Shopping Center, and then you have like two pad sites out front. So when you build your Food Lion, all of a sudden somebody goes, "Hey, I want a business." You go, "Hey, I got this other site here that I can put you at." And it's the difference between that and Central Park, where I'm going to make a bunch of pad sites, and then as people want to buy them, I sell pad sites. So it's, do you want the Birchwood property or do you want all the property? And I think that's kind of what we're looking at. The applicant hasn't said that, but that's what I'm getting. You have all these different locations that you can put data centers. They're not necessarily the same people. You fill them with who you can fill them with. So either you're approving the site they want on the main property that they own, or they can buy up a bunch of property, and then we can approve this big rezoning and have all these data centers.
I agree.
I don't, we can ask them to speak if you want to speak. I don't know. I don't know if that's it or not, but that's the feeling.
I know we're waiting on the chairman to return. I had one point of clarification from staff in that in the application package you received, while there aren't buildings footprints shown in any conceptual way on the future development area 1, which is the one south of the river, and future development area 3, which is the property just west of the Birchwood site that fronts Fletcher's Chapel Road. There are utility locations shown and some dash lines that do very much indicate where the future development areas are for the data center buildings alone. The plan does not help you understand where all the accessory uses are. Those are very much things that they would be needing to decide later and design later. So you do have an indication in the packet, even though some of the exhibits show a general future development area, some of them in the packet, some of them in the presentations you've seen. If you look deeper on page 13 of the information that was distributed, dated July 13th, and information that the county has received previously, it does show those future development areas depicted on the map. So you can see where the intent is, both for the data center buildings and for the substations that exist. I would also remind you that it is true that these are conceptual plans of development. Any recommendation you make or action that comes from Board of Supervisors is not approving this plan, this rezoning relative to a specific plan of development. Where the conceptual information is shown to help us clarify what the development intent is, but we're not approving these projects subject to a specific plan of development or those specific sightings of those buildings. I have every suspicion that development area 2, which is the Birchwood site, that is the intent, the development intent on the applicant part. So we have a very clear picture of that. The rest of it is indeed conceptual and would be done in the future. With respect to the comprehensive plan amendment, if it was the case that this is a theoretical case, but it would be likely the staff's response to a rezoning that wasn't supported by the comprehensive plan. For example, if someone were trying to get a rezoning outside of one of these primary development areas and those boundaries in the comp plan weren't changed, the staff might have a different view on saying that, hey, yes, you're right, let's update the comprehensive plan first and get that done correctly, because the comprehensive plan does provide that policy guidance, and you really should be approving projects that are consistent with the comprehensive plan. So, correct? It's you got surprised. But
yeah, I was surprised
right.
to hear that.
Yes, yes. I mean, the comprehensive plan is a policy guide that should guide decisions, and it's putting the cart before the horse to do a rezoning without doing it. That's absolutely true. Yes, but I was going to say that if it did come down to somehow waiting on the comprehensive plan amendment, yet approving zonings, that our position might be different if those two things aren't done in conjunction. And in fact, it's my contention that the applicant and the application materials are proceeding in a way that is that's normal and expected to do that comprehensive plan amendment in order to enable the rezoning decision in a way that's compliant with the comp plan. They should be done together or potentially not at all. They have to work in concert with each other.
To comment on Mr. Parker's comment about setting a precedence for making amendments to the comprehensive plan. I don't think we're going to see projects of this magnitude very often, if not ever in our lifetime again. It's, to me, it's like, you know, it's an exception or it's something that we're looking at right now that, again, we'll never see again. My only concern, my biggest concern is how will this impact the environment? That's my biggest concern is the environmental impact that it will have. One of the concerning things was it affecting our waterways, how much pollution will go into the waters, how much water will be utilized. So those are my two biggest concerns. I think Birchwood has done their due diligence and put forth their best efforts to be transparent as they can. I think the staff has done their due diligence as well. And we are doing our diligence too. But for my input on it, I think the environmental impact is the most concerning for me. And I think that's all I have.
I'd like to return to my question about what would the project impact be if the zoning was light industrial rather than industrial? Would it impede the project in any way? Would it?
Yes, give me 1 second. I do believe that data centers are not permitted in the industrial zoning district, but let me just double check to make sure.
You mean the light industrial?
Yes, in the light industrial district, excuse me.
Right, so they are permitted as a primary use in the industrial district, but not in the light industrial district. And Lewis will probably confirm that here in a second.
It's not my recollection.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be out of order. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, that is
Dissington Lane, that area one. I'm sorry, Lewis.
It is correct that data centers are only a permitted use in the industrial zoning district.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a misconception of mine. That Dissington Lane parcel, the Morey parcel, I mean, the river parcel is probably one of the most sensitive. It's probably the most culturally resource dense, especially for prehistoric artifacts. I would hope that the cultural survey is planned and will be thorough and complete. It's that's also where the access will be, but I understand from your presentation that the applicants will control access to the river access proper.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't want to be out of order. I'm going to answer Mr. Carter's questions. Just backing up a little bit on the concept of why we need the comprehensive plan changes and how this plays into the overall scaling and planning of this project. We're anticipating one user for this site, all these sites. The scale and the need for what we're proposing is essential to the success of this project. And we have specifically carved out where the development areas will be, where the specific locations, we'll say specific locations, where the general locations of the accessory uses will be to support it. And we've limited the square footage. And we've also limited the height in the environmentally sensitive areas. So if you think about just the Morey site, which used to be an industrial site at one time, sand and gravel extraction, It's been through its own probably environmental impacts. It's got lots of RPA on it, and we're setting back from the river 500 feet. We are very sensitive about that location. That's why we're capping the height of that site at 50 feet, and we're setting ourselves back 300 feet from Route 3 as well. So we have really condensed the development area of that location. We think that that site obviously is important to this project. The cultural resources, we're going to study every site. Every site will have a cultural resources survey, 1A. If the 1A requires a 1B, we're going to do it. And whatever the 1B says we have to do to mitigate any impacts, we're doing it. That's what we've proffered. And any artifacts that we find, we're donating them to the county's museum, in addition to the $150,000 that we're donating. So we're very, very much in tune with the cultural sensitivities, with the river sensitivities, with what we heard tonight regarding sound. Some of the requests regarding sound, I think we can do it. And I think we want to add that to our proffer. So this is a unique opportunity for any jurisdiction, and it's a unique opportunity for King George County. These properties collectively generate about $175,000 a year in tax revenue. Most of these properties are in land use. The one property that's generating the most is the old Birchwood site. The return on this opportunity is enormous. And I think that we can, meet all of your priorities and concerns. But we do need collectively what we have presented for purposes of this project.
So let's go back to what we're actually discussing here, and that is the comp plan amendment. Is that something nice to have, must have? So why? I mean, we have to amend the document for the project to proceed, and help us understand why that is so.
So and I don't speak for staff or legal counsel, but from a legal and comprehensive plan perspective, what is your vision for King George County is in your comprehensive plan. Now that's a guide. It's not a regulation, but it is a guide. So in order for us to impact those areas, whether it's through new electric transmission or through new infrastructure or extending water, for example, your comprehensive plan by law and under the transportation impact component under Virginia law says it has to be consistent with your comp plan. Okay, so that is a first step, that it has to be in accordance with your comp plan. So the only way it can be in accordance is if we amend it, right? So we have to amend it before we can get to the rezoning stage. So that has to happen first. I don't know if staff disagrees with me or not, but that's the process, and that's why we asked for it.
As noted by my colleagues, this is an exceptional circumstance.
So in that, were you suggesting that your buyer would walk away from a 4 million square foot data center? I thought that's what I heard.
We proposed the project that we proposed because this is what our buyer desires. I can't speak to whether they walk or not. I think it's a risk if this project does fail.
I just want to make sure I understand, because all of these things really are dependent upon each other. So you really can't consider one without the other. We cannot have a discussion about the four things and then decide on A, B, C, and D, because to change the plan before you've decided the zoning, to me, says that you've already made the decision before we've had a conversation about it.
Well, I think it comes down to a staring contest, right? Like, I'm looking at a lot of green space on here, and y'all are asking us to rezone a hell of a lot of land for a lot of green space with no buildings on them proposed. So it sounds like if you got a buyer, you kind of know where you're going to develop those places, you know where the ancillary uses and facilities are. Let's get these on paper. Let's defer this until next time we can come back and see where these are, and then we can get it all wrapped up in one tidy little spot if we like it that way.
Well, a couple things. One, a lot of that green space is open space.
But
Right?
but I only see one spot where there are buildings is my point. I mean, that was 2A. So everything else, there's not anything. And I get it. There's lines, but lines ain't buildings. And I want to see something on here that shows me where these places are going to be. Because again, I'll go back to Mr. Meyer's point. We argued about buffers on a Dunkin' Donuts the other day. I mean, and we had spirited debate about this. But we're going to write a blank check to rezone 900 acres at just without any proposed buildings on it. And now we just heard tonight that 4, 5, and 6 are going to be used for something else. I mean, I'd like a little time to digest it. I'd like to just see where these things are going to go. I'd just like more information. And I kind of go back to where we were last year. I'd like to see more information on this because, again, we're at this staring contest, right? You're asking us for something. We're asking you for something. I don't think it's a huge ask to ask where these things are going to be if we're going to write a check that's going to make a lot of people very, very wealthy just by rezoning this land from agricultural to industrial, because that's what it's going to do overnight. And the people nearby who want to use their land or have stayed there for years, they may be priced out of it because of the tax increases that just kind of trickle down next to them. So, I mean, I think this has a lot of ripple effects and we just need to think through it smartly. And we need as much cogent information as we can so that we as this planning commission can make good decisions.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I think that we have are pretty darn clear as to where the first phase of this and where the other phases are going to be in the development areas on 2 and 3 that we have identified, in the location of those areas and the accessory uses and where the electric infrastructure is going to be. Have we fully designed it and laid it out? Of course not. What large concept plan does? None. But you got a pretty good feel of what it's going to look like with that first phase and how it's going to be laid out. It's not a staring contest. It's just, we want to be in King George County. I know that my clients are putting forward a project we think is going to be very viable for the county. The county had a 4-cent increase in real estate taxes last year. For this past year, I'm sure you're hearing a lot about it. This is a unique opportunity, I believe, to generate long-term tax benefits to the county, revenue benefits, and doing it in a very smart way. And I think over time, how we're planning this makes a lot of sense.
I think it does, and I think right now they're at phase 1. We should look at phase 1 and work on phase 1. Later, if we do comp plan changes, we do zoning changes, we do other stuff for other pieces, then we go from there. I think that's what makes sense right now. I've watched data center after data center. They've been fighting this stuff in Prince William County, Fauquier County. They do all that. It's 200 to 500 acre pieces. It's not, most of them are 227, 230, 250. I'm watching them one after another go up. Some of them are 100. Some of them, I mean, they're not 900 acres. We're taking a big piece. I think if we take the Birchwood property, we make that a data center. If it's 4 million square feet, that's a big data center. That's enough data center to do whatever the county, I mean, that'll generate, according to the revenue projections, it looks like 2 to 3 times what the county has in taxes right now. I don't.
Talking about basically everything on the north side of Route 3 kind of thing.
Talking about Birchwood.
Just Birchwood, not the adjacent property.
And not saying that we won't do more. We'll phase it. We'll do exactly what they're saying. We'll phase it. When they come back to us with the next phase, we'll talk about the next phase. And then we keep moving. I think that makes sense. I think that stops us from having a 2,000 acre data center on the other side of King George. That now we're sitting going, well, we did it the last time. Let's do it again.
So you bring up a good point. If we took the one on the river side of 3 and rezoned it and put it into this package, there's how many parcels next to it that were also one time done as industrial because there was sand and gravel extraction out of those. We're just opening those up for somebody to come in and say, you've done it once. If you refuse to let me do it, you're just being arbitrary. I can live with everything north of 3.
Route 3.
I have a real problem with the riverside.
We still haven't talked about what happens with all the water. I mean, they can, I can't, was it 6 million gallons a day or something? Plus, then if it's a rainy day, you have 190 acres of rooftop, plus how much parking lot, plus how much whatever ancillary we have. There's a lot that goes into this. So you suddenly get to 12 million gallons of water in a day. That where does it go? Are we pumping it back in the river?
So I did sit down and talk with some representatives from Birchwood, and they are going to be collecting a lot of the rainwater because they need a lot of water to cool these buildings. But they don't have a closed loop system, so the water will be treated and then discharged back into the river. I haven't had any discussion on that yet, but that was my understanding when I asked the questions about it. I think the thing here too is that.
So how do they treat it? Is that like a sewage treatment plant?
I don't have all the details, but they use a lot of chemicals in order to clean the water before it runs through their pipes to avoid corrosion. And so they have to mitigate those chemicals before it's re-released. I will say that, you know, I'm not against data centers, and I think that there's definitely an opportunity here that we would like to take off in smaller pieces. And, you know, they're asking us to rezone a lot of land because they want to know they have the potential to grow. But I think that we need to work on this trust issue from both sides. They, you know, are saying that they're going to be good about the way they're going to run their business. I think we need to trust them, but we also need them to trust us that we will rezone things accordingly as needed.
It's not only how they run their business, it's whoever they sell it to, how they run their business is the other side of it.
Just a reminder, and I'm sure you're aware of this for data center development, is fiber is going to have to be extended, right? And it's not very cheap. And as you heard me say earlier about critical mass and scale, we are promoting to you what it's going to take to make that work, right? What we're saying from a mass and scale perspective is how we think the data center campus is going to be successful. Carving it up, I think we're going to have a challenge. I'm being absolutely honest with you. I don't know any other way to say it. We made this proposal not because we were trying to be greedy or do a big land grab. We made this proposal because this is how it will work. That's it.
Your project is phased over time.
That's right.
Over 15 years. And
You're moving the infrastructure basically usually at one time, and then you're building out the facilities. So talk about the fiber infrastructure.
No, I mean, I can accept that,
right?
But it's a phased development,
right?
Critical path, right? Based on prior experience, as how did phase one go? What changes we're going to make and plan for phase two? I mean, the county's in the same position. I mean, what is your impact on after phase one? What do we know now that we didn't know then? How do we best represent the county with our partner? We see you as a partner, not, I mean, but to give you planning authority, essentially, over 5 to 8% of our total inventory of agricultural land, the county's total inventory, we want to make decisions regarding that land mindfully, thoughtfully, carefully, and in the best interest of the county.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think we're providing a viable alternative, and I think we're doing it in a really smart and responsible way. I think you've heard us tonight, time and time again, talk about environmental sensitivities, cultural resource sensitivities, being a good neighbor, adjusting our sound and our sound maximum restrictions, all of those things. And at the end of the day, we think have such a positive return for the county that it truly is a game changer. I'm pleading to you in regards to why it's important the way we have presented this from a scale perspective and a phasing perspective. And I appreciate your concerns. I appreciate the questions about the comprehensive plan. we're asking you, you haven't changed your plan since 2019, right? Well, a lot has changed since 2019. We had COVID. The economy has made a drastic change in regards to many facets of our economy, whether it's data center technology, energy generation, or distribution. Virginia is at the forefront of the data center investment arena. This is a top priority for the Commonwealth. I know it's been a targeted industry of this county for a long time. You adjusted your tax rate for it. It's part of your economic strategy. It's here. We want an opportunity to be successful in your county.
You're not. I don't think you're hearing us say we don't want you here. I can only speak for myself. If you took off the property south of 301, that's a $1.25 million out of $7.25 million. You still got 6 million square feet. How does that rank in the terms of data centers, campuses that the people that you're representing have now?
Well, I mean, again, it's economies of scale in how we build and connect and extend infrastructure. It's all very relevant, whether it's 6 million or 10 million square feet. We feel like what we have proposed is a viable solution for the county, but for us, it's about as much detail as I can give you.
But it does smack a little bit of a land speculation to some extent. For example, you're not posting a performance bond on building out these future phases, are you?
Well, I'm not sure why we would.
Exactly, because you don't have certainty that the need will be there 5, 10, 12 years out to build those latter phases.
Well,
if you did, you wouldn't be phased by putting up a performance bond now, right?
Well, I don't think any developer, any industrial developer.
Hey, man, I build power plants for billions of dollars. We put up $50 million, $100 million performance bonds all the time.
When you were under construction and development,
Nope,
not just for land
only
that's sitting
upon,
vacant.
nope, just upon getting a permit, not upon starting construction. That's our risk. Construction is our risk.
Right. So when we have to get a permit, we're going to have to post a bond. But
But you're not going to performance bond the entire build out over 15 years because admittedly it's speculative to some degree, right? That's all we're saying. I think everybody here loves the concept of the data center for all the reasons you mentioned, on a environmentally and the impact it makes. It seems to be a great cost benefit for the county. It checks all the right boxes. It does all the right things. I would be interesting to know a little bit more about how the total size of this, whether it's 800-900 acres, does compare to existing data centers that you've done in the past, or your clients have done in the past. So we can say, well, is this a big one? Is this a small one? Is this medium sized?
This is a whole new concept of creating campuses versus
exactly.
versus building them in dense development areas, right? Where it's not conducive and where the infrastructure, certainly the electric infrastructure and the available property is here. So why wouldn't we want to take advantage of the opportunity?
Sure. I
promise
get it.
you, we're not speculating. I just want to make that very clear. This is not a speculative deal.
Well, it's not. You say that. Anyway, just speaking for myself, I totally love the idea of bringing a data center campus into King George. Again, I think it checks all the right boxes. It's got the right cost-benefit balance going forward on and all of that. I just think we need to, as much as you want to phase it, to a certain extent, we also want to phase it. So we need to find common ground on that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so there's been a lot of discussion about this. I think we're going over the same ground, different approaches. I mean, if it's phased and that's how you want to approach it, okay. We're just covering the same ground.
I think the first question, the largest data center in the world is how large in square feet?
I do not know the answer to that. I'm sure we could Google that very quickly, but I don't know the answer to that offhand. Sorry.
A while ago, it used to be 1 million square feet. It was a huge data center. It was the largest in the world at the time. The largest ones in China are 6 million. And those are very large campuses. So this is on that scale. we don't, the nation doesn't have the experience, the collective knowledge or experience to see how this will work. And to front end so much unknown when it's not necessary. With the right amount of trust between partners, we could end up with this company discovering it's a total failure, and then we have all this farmland loaned for industrial for less desirable projects, less good partners. We've just lost control over the controls we have, the little controls we have over those properties.
Okay, again, we're continuing to cover ground that we've covered.
Where do you want to go, Walter?
I want to find out if we have a motion to say yes or no to this and in some form or fashion.
First question is.
That's what I want to see.
Is the comp plan amendment necessary?
Yes.
We heard from the client.
Now, what form does it take?
Discuss the legality of
And that's what we've been discussing, and we've gone over the ground a couple different times. So
Okay,
what
so here's
form will
where
it
we
take?
are. We got 39
39
minutes left. 39 minutes left. So here's what I suggest is we got a plan we looked over. We got proffers when we walked in the door. We got proffers again when they came up and spoke. So our guys haven't gone over that. How long would it take to go over everything and go back and forth and come up with a good plan on this that we know we can say, okay, give us a few weeks to look it over and get back here? How long would it take for you guys to get all that together?
Are you referring to the information that we received in the past, let's say tonight and the recently post application?
Right, the two packets we got. And then go back and make sure things we discussed, such as the proffers apply to all the pieces of land, and everything's universal and all the sound applies to everything done, so we know we have a complete package.
We have reviewed it. We've looked at it today. That's not enough time to do a thoughtful evaluation, as you might imagine.
Right.
So it appears that all of the proffers are to either clarify or improve the mitigation strategies that have been offered previously. None of them are to change, enhance, expand the plan of development in any way. It's all limiting proper language to try to be responsive, I'm sure, to things that applicants heard from people in the community. And so
I may have more after tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, well, depending on the outcome of this hearing, perhaps so. But it does not take long to evaluate what's happening if it would be more of modifications to the report that's already been done rather than any sort of new substantive material we ought to consider that's directly pertains to the rezoning question or the comprehensive plan amendment question.
Well, I think it does.
Well,
how doesn't it?
Adjusting the noise levels down to something that's more restrictive than was initially proffered isn't going to change a staff recommendation from approval to non-approval. It's
right, but zones 4, 5, and 6.
Recommendation.
Now we have zones 4, 5, and 6 that aren't earmarked for data centers and they're ancillary uses. I think it's worth pulling the thread on that, digging in and find out what that means. And why, I guess there's a little question to me about that. Is like, we just learned that today. Like, there was no plan about we weren't going to do 4, 5, and 6 ancillary uses prior to this afternoon or whatever started the meeting. So
those have always been much lower square footage limitations on those parcels. They are limited in use to the primary use and the accessory uses listed in the proffers. So there's a specific limitation of use throughout this proposal in terms of the proffers to data centers. So if this proposal is in any way, shape, or form speculative, and I do not believe that it is, there's the limitation that that anything that is rezoned according to what's been proposed is limited to data centers. So the idea that approving any part of it or all of it limits your choices in the future about how to deal with this land is probably not as worrisome as some might be thinking, because anybody who comes back with something else being proposed has to come back and get a rezoning to do it, because the only thing they can do is. So I think there's some controls that are sort of naturally built into this that may not have even been intentional about future decisions that might come before the Board of Supervisors and in your role in advising them on these things. So I do respect and understand that the propensity to look at something like this and want to see more detail and more information. I believe that the development intent is clear here. We as a staff received this information. We advocated very strongly for more information coming, and the applicant can attest to this, that we asked them some very hard questions like, what the heck is going on with A, B, C, and D? And they did take the time to respond to our request in terms of the rezoning review and what was required for that. And I do appreciate that effort. If more information is needed, then for you all to make a decision, I think you all need to articulate that and be clear about that. But we have what we need to make a recommendation in terms of this zoning case. And we don't need any additional information to make a recommendation like that. So that's sort of where I think my response would be in general to some of the commentary that you all have been having just most recently here.
I'm a little bit astonished at that comment, but I mean,
if the development intent on development area 1 and development area 3, which is not the non-Birchwood properties, there's 3 sites where the data centers are proposed, right? Birchwood being 2, 1 being the one west of Birchwood, and 3 being the one south of Kings Highway. It is very clear where those data centers are going to be sited, and very clear where the electrical facilities are going to be sited to serve them. And that is the plan of development for those sites. And according to the proffers and according to the generalized plan of development, I think it's pretty clear what happens there. The most unclear part of it is the accessory uses and those development areas 4, 5, and 6. But quite frankly, I wouldn't blame someone in a master planning process to not know exactly what might be needed to serve the whole campus in those areas. And they are limited to being accessory uses that serve the data center function, and not just anything and whatever wants to be put out there. So that's sort of the good and bad of the reality of knowing and not knowing what's on the page right now.
So do you know what happens to the water? Where it goes?
It gets treated and gets put back. Yeah, I mean,
where does it get treated?
Those are quite, the discussions regarding water treatment that have been going on were being negotiated under the non-disclosure agreement that was signed on.
Okay.
Right.
And so
are those sewage treatment plants along Route 3? Are those?
I'm going to let the applicant respond to like the siting of those things, because there was a lot of conversations about that we were not privy to, because it was behind that wall of.
But you're still comfortable with.
And I am not behind that wall of signs. I did not sign the non-disclosure agreement.
But you're still comfortable with everything as it stands.
Comfortable with everything as it stands. Yes, I am. It's in terms of this being a rezoning case. Yes. The site development process and the clarification of specific intent of what's actually going to be built is regulated by the code. And we're not questioning anything that's going to be regulated by the code under this hearing. We're only questioning, is this use appropriate for these areas?
Right.
And so the code is something that gets administered within county government, and it's going to be, those rules are going to apply just to this application and this applicant like they do anybody else. So in terms of siting, in terms of infrastructure, public infrastructure and services, there are unanswered questions about those things. Those negotiations have been going on in earnest quite heavily for months now amongst the applicant, authorities, public entities, the county. And I just don't have the benefit of having been involved in that, because we specifically decided not to be on that side of the wall of negotiations. We're trying to represent in general the public's interest and your interest in trying to make this decision about the zoning case. This is a very complicated project that has lots of moving parts. There's a ton of investment that has to go into this stuff just to make it viable and work, both public and private. And there's revenue sharing that's being negotiated all around all these things too. There's
Feeling that the revenue sharing is maybe the most important piece here. I agree. How does the water work? I mean, don't you think we're interested in that?
Yes, and I think
they're putting 2 million square feet of building on 130 acres. You don't think we're interested in where they're planning on putting it on the 130 acres?
Oh, sure. And I'm suggesting during this hearing that we hear from the applicant information about that so that they can specifically talk about that specific part of their development. And because there are parts of that negotiation that we specifically weren't privy to, because
okay. And I get all that.
Right.
You weren't specifically involved in it.
That's right.
The applicant, we're asking to provide to us a little bit more information on what they're actually planning on doing on each of these individual parcels before we start making a decision or a recommendation on whether they should be rezoned or not.
That's perfectly understandable. And I'm just suggesting they're the best entity other than others at the county who may be involved in these negotiations who want to speak to the issue as well. But that is not something that we have been heavily involved in, and it needs the full scope of the issues and discussions need to be articulated by other people, honestly. It's the last thing I'll say, and I'll let y'all talk about this, but this is such a complicated proposal and it's such a complicated plan of development. And because of the technology plus the sort of physical building of it and all the coordination that has to happen, there's almost no way to land all of those conversations effectively before making a decision. If it's the contention that the county and the applicant have been and will be working in good faith to advance this project, then I would suggest there are some unknowns that are just going to be there because not every conversation has come to a close at this point about all of these things. So, yeah.
The way I'm interpreting what you're saying is that it's a very complicated project.
Yes.
Just trust me, they'll do it right.
No, I'm saying if the contention is
what else are we being given to evaluate whether it's being done right or not? I mean, they have come before us tonight and they've said a lot of positive things. They've addressed a lot of issues, particularly on the sound. They have done a lot of positive things. But we're just asking for a little bit of information before we start making a recommendation. And I think the things that I've heard that various ones of us have asked for are not unreasonable. What's happening?
Right.
A good point. There's a lot of impervious surfaces going into this project. Where's all the rainwater going? At 6.6 million gallons of water they're going to pump out of the river every day.
Mm-hmm.
How are they handling it? And does it go through their system once, or does it have to go through, be put into a retention pond or some kind of facility to be cleaned before it can be used again, or is it dumped straight into the river? I mean, there's a lot of questions here that I think are pretty significant that we haven't, that information hasn't been shared with us. Now, we can make a recommendation and the Board of Supervisors, I guess, can do whatever they want, but you're hearing a lot of reluctance on the part of the people sitting on this commission. And we're not asking for all the details. We're not asking for a final design. Conceptually, tell us how you're planning on handling it. And if you're going to put in a water treatment plant, where do you think it's going to go? You know, I mean, they've already figured out where all their secondary, auxiliary facilities are going to be sited. They know where they're putting their data center buildings. How about you give us just a little bit more information on where you're planning on putting that 2 million square feet on that particular parcel, and just give us a little bit more.
Yes.
I don't think it's unreasonable for a project this damn big.
Oh, I don't.
If I may,
I don't either.
Mr. Chair,
I'd just like to comment a little bit on the water and the status of the water, just because it was a recent development. I think Mr. Steinbeck had to complete his staff report before the Service Authority meeting, at which a memorandum of understanding was approved for an offtake of 600,000 gallons per day by the Service Authority, subject to a 1-year negotiation period by which a water rate will be established. A second piece of that MOU is that in the event that this project receives the land use approvals that it needs, also Birchwood is committed to dedicating a site for a Service Authority facility, most likely a water treatment facility, on one of 4 specified parcels that are specified in that MOU. I don't mean to put Charlie on the spot, but if he's prepared at all to address the possible siting of the water treatment facility, I believe a lot of those possible sites are in some of those accessory use only sites. So I don't know if that alleviates any concerns, but that's the status currently of the Service Authority negotiations with Birchwood, which is to continue to have an ongoing dialogue and to enter into a future water agreement based on terms that are set out in that MOU in the event that this project does move forward.
If I may also, just to point out that the applicant did not proffer anything about the water. Obviously, the MOU was a separate arrangement that was worked out, and it is for the county's future water services. It's not necessarily tied to this project because the applicant has indicated that they are looking at utilizing their existing groundwater withdrawal and for the potable purposes, and then they would utilize the river intake for the cooling purposes, as we have been described. And I think, as they've indicated in their application, that what their thought is that at the time the Service Authority gets to that stage where we can provide the service to them that they need, then they would obviously want to join the public water. But at this time, the Service Authority is not in any kind of position to be of any benefit to this applicant at this time. And we are having discussions about the prospects of ways to get there, but there's nothing definitive and there's nothing been approved. There's nothing that's been decided at all at this point, if that's helpful.
All right, about the Service Authority getting involved in the future, that's great. What about in the meantime? Because as you just said, the Service Authority may not be in a situation to provide water to them for God knows how long.
So I've been the county administrator and I've been the general manager of Service Authority since basically July of 2021. When I got here, there were talks for several years before I got here where the county was talking about the potential that Birchwood's water intake offered the county as a supply of surface water. We are also having discussions with Caroline County as a potential source of water for the county. And then we're also having some discussions with Stafford. So we look at this as an opportunity. And I think that's how the board of directors of the Service Authority looked at it, was this was an opportunity to get a placeholder to begin the process of securing some surface water, because ultimately the county's future is you've got to get off of groundwater. And so that was what this was. It's not a quid pro quo of this project has to happen and this. That's why the applicant deliberately took that out, because they knew that they didn't necessarily need that. And we in the county thought, from our county side, thought as long as we can get some kind of a placeholder for future discussions where we could secure some surface water opportunities, then we're definitely in a good position.
And Mr. Kentrick, if I could piggyback on that real quick, the current DEQ permit that Birchwood holds would be utilized for this proposal. It's regulated by DEQ, the withdrawal itself and the discharge, and as it is today, and it would be regulated by DEQ for our use. So to your question of what we're doing with the water, who's overseeing the water, who's involved in the water, that's all regulated by the state and permitted by the state. We simply can't discharge it without the state's approval. So that whole process is what we've proffered in our application as well.
So this water, does it have to be treated before it's
It does
back into
not.
the river?
It does not. But again, that's all part of site plan process, also all part of the DEQ permitting process.
Same as the power plant ran for 20+ years. But I just have a quick question. Could you remind us again at full build out, how many square feet of data center we'll actually have again?
The sites are limited to 7.5 million. That's the upset limit.
7.5 million. I mean, I just did a quick and dirty Google search on what is currently the largest data center in the United States. And if you believe Google, I'm not testing to the accuracy of this. They say it's a Meta platform, it's a Facebook data center in Prineville, Oregon, which is 4.6 million square feet. So that's the largest in the United States today. So what we're talking about here, admittedly, 15 years from now, that may not be the largest, but the one here would be the largest in the United States.
Well, remember, this is collectively, it will be 7.25 million. Not one data center will be 7.25.
For the overall campus,
Right,
at full build out.
The world is building one data center. I mean, the Chinese have a data center that's 10 million square feet, one. So this is not unique to the data center world. What we're saying is the campus style is the new approach to developing data centers in Virginia. That's the new approach. And again, it's not going to be piling up 400 feet of data centers. This is a responsible approach to putting them on a campus, putting them interconnected, keeping the infrastructure contained on site, and building them over time. There's a study today that the country is short on data centers. We need more. I mean, we're eating up more capacity than we have. So that's what's driving this whole thing.
We need more farmland.
So somebody asked the question on the panel before, do we speculate whether the sponsor would be interested in something less than 7.5 million feet? Well, given that the largest in the country today is 4.6 million, again, admittedly, not getting into whether that's over 200 acres or 800 acres, that gives us some perspective, I think, yeah.
Do we want to go back to motions on the amendments? Comp plan amendment?
I would love that.
Let's get.
Is there a motion?
Let's think through this. Hold on. Are we comfortable doing a up or down vote on this right now?
Yeah, I think we covered this ground last time. Obviously, there were gaping holes, and I think from last time to this time, I think there was a huge give. I think the conversation that was had here reasonable. I think if nothing on the river side of 3 is what a majority is okay with, then we should go with that. If not, if we don't like any of it, then let's say we don't like that. But something, I mean, this is a stalemate.
Well, I think on the comp plan amendment, the decision break in the road there is, well, no, yes, and yes, just for the projected rezone parcels. Like 3 kinds of motions you can make.
Is that a motion?
What's that?
Is that a motion?
I don't feel like we have a complete packet. And that's just what I mean, tonight we've said, okay, well, let's take out, where do we stand? Do we change? Are they saying they want to change the whole thing? They said they don't want to change the whole thing, but that's not what our packet says.
Well, the applicant says they want it the way it is, except the additions that the county put in there for a little wiggle room. Applicant says, "No, we're comfortable with what we put in our application, which is less than what's proposed. But it still includes the riverside of 3.
Right. I think the Riverside of 3 is absolutely out. I don't know about the other side.
So you make your vote with somebody.
Well, hold on, let's look at it. Let's look at another angle. Hold on a second. So if the applicant would be so amicable or amenable to it, we could defer it and they could come back with a little bit of additional granularity and we could look at it then.
I think we've punted this football down the field enough.
Glad you're not in Prince William.
I think the big picture here is that, we're talking about details, but what they're asking for is whether or not we're committed to years and years of data center growth and industry in this corner of our county that's going to continue to grow beyond the parcels that they've asked for. I really think it is a big decision that they're asking for, and it's really not about where a building is going to be located. We have to decide if we're okay with making that corner of our county data center central.
Put it up.
So how much would we start with? 4 million? Or what's your thinking?
Honestly, I think I've expressed that King George doesn't usually like to jump in with both feet. We're kind of a try it and build that trust and phase it in. I would be comfortable with the Birchwood site and the adjoining site that goes out to Fletcher's Chapel. I understand that they will need those accessory use sites, but those affect more people, more of our citizens. And so, I just have more compassion for how that's going to change the people that are living there. And, give people time to digest what it's going to look like. Trust us that in time, we can discuss more industrial land use and go from there. That's kind of a moderate answer, I guess.
And everything you're saying is what we want. It's perfect, right? You're right. But I don't think that's an option. From what I've heard, is that so to say?
I'm hearing the same message. It's sort of put to us as an all or nothing, and maybe nibble around the edges might be some daylight, but I'm hearing a lot of pushback. That the whole site is necessary for the whole thing to work, is what I'm hearing. And now I'm trying to find a way is how can we make that work without exposing the county to unpredicted liabilities that we can't even imagine. The water thing kind of bothers me, that it's a single pass through. You said you were at a meeting and there was a
I'm sorry, it's an open loop system. It's not a closed loop system. So the water.
primitive. Why such a state of the art facility
Well,
using such?
I think any waters that's discharged into the Rappahannock or any river is going to be monitored by EPA, if
Correct.
I'm not mistaken. So I'm not overly concerned about it. I mean, I would like the water to be pure as it can be, but I'm not concerned about it not meeting EPA standard. They're going to make sure of that. I would hope.
Well, and I would also believe that there's going to be some heat exchange system. You're not going to pull in dirt and debris from wherever, off the roof from rain or from the river, and pump it through your cooling system. You're going to tear it apart. You're not going to do that. There's going to be some kind of heat
This water
exchanging.
has to have chemicals taken out of it.
Yeah, the water has to meet compliance for constituents and temperature, dispersion, all of that in the river. I'm comfortable that they can comply with that.
And that's all regulated by state.
Birchwood Power Plant did essentially for 25 years. I think that can be managed. I do think the overall plan, as we've been presented with it tonight, does include an element of future speculation in it, no matter how you want to slice it. And I'd like to meet them halfway, essentially, in some form or other, in concept. I'm personally, I kind of echo what has been said. I'd be comfortable with everything north of Route 3, more or less. That's my view.
The thing we got to look at on this, if you go to zoning, narrative and go to page 3 of 13, you look at the Birchwood site, when you look at that Fletcher Chapel site, there's RPA all the way across there. You're crossing RPA, anything you do there. So anything's going to be put right on Fletcher's Chapel. Because that whole section, all the little check marks are RPA. If you look down at the bottom, the part that goes to Route 3 is 90% RPA, 80% RPA. That's why it has that little building in the front of it and doesn't have anything in that field, is that field's wet. Anything you do is, I mean, you're going across significant RPA in there. I don't know. We're changing this to.
And they won't be able to build there. The state will make sure of that.
Right.
I mean,
right. But they're going to cross it and they're going to put stuff on. They're going to have to put pipes or lines or whatever. I mean, they're going to be through the RPA. They're going to be, I don't know how they're going to off the water, but all this water is probably going to go into that RPA, I would imagine, because you're going to have runoff. There's no way to stop the runoff.
Well, that's going to be a DEQ and EPA
right
issue.
But I mean, they're saying they have to have these places, but they don't have to have G, H, J, and K because the owners didn't sell to them.
I mean, I'm just, yeah.
End of the day.
And also keeping in mind overall size-wise, you know, and again, we've already discussed it, but the largest data center in the whole country is 4.5 million square feet today.
So I would piggyback on what you just said earlier, is that you get the sense that, or you're sort of saying everything north of 3, you're okay with. Okay.
Conceptually.
Then let's send, if we're bound and determined to actually send something over to the Board of Supervisors.
Just say for comment, the thing that made me come to that conclusion was the size of what we're dealing with. When I understood the scale of what's being proposed relative to the industry standard out there. What's being proposed is tremendous relative to the industry standard. If they said, well, what's being proposed is, you know, this is only in the top, 50%, I might take a different view. But given the massive scale of what's being proposed, everything north of Route 3 still leaves them with something probably close to the biggest in the United States today. That's what tipped it for me.
I think it's a very attractive site for them, with or without the Maury parcel. Okay, so if we want to do something about the comprehensive plan, I would say let's send a recommendation to we're only sending recommendations, is that true?
That's correct.
Let's send a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors that development area 3, 4, and 5 be added to the the defined industrial development area in the comprehensive plan. I'm fine. That tells them that we're not wanting to add parcel 1. I can live with that. I'm not sure exactly. I've heard the explanation about it, but I'm not, we rezone land outside of the comprehensive plan all the time, but all right, for whatever reason, let's just go ahead and say we're more than happy to put in 3, 4, and 5 into the industrial area.
So is that your recommendation, Mr. Kendrick?
Pardon?
Is that your recommendation?
I think that's what I'm suggesting.
All right.
To you guys.
So do we have a motion?
And I don't hear a second.
I'll move.
You want a motion?
Yes.
I recommend that the Planning Commission Is there some specific wording?
It's up on the screen.
No, what?
I recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the comprehensive plan be amended to include Birchwood development parcels 3, 4, and 5 into the, what are we calling it? The industrial development area.
Seconded.
Is it primary settlement area?
The primary settlement area would be the correct term if you're referring to the comp plan language, yes.
Mr. Chair, could I suggest maybe a 5-minute recess? We can come up with a drafting of a motion, if that's.
Wouldn't that put us right at the witching hour?
It does.
I mean, we have a mandatory cutoff, right?
We do.
We can draft all this.
We do.
Stuff right and come back.
Yes, Article 5, Section 1 of the bylaws do say that meetings shall be conducted in the boardroom of the River Comb Building and shall adjourn no later than 12 a.m.
You could have a motion to suspend the rules.
I ain't making it.
I move that we suspend the time for 15 minutes.
Well, even if we get a good motion for the comprehensive plan amendments, there are still 3 other items on the agenda.
I understand, but I don't know if we're going to get through all that.
Right.
Until the next.
Make the motion to defer all 4 until the next meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded.
All in favor?
So who was for that?
Everybody except me.
No, me.
Oh, we got 2. All right, so I have a motion to adjourn until
Motion to adjourn until 8 August.
What are you guys calling?
second.
Chapel.
Motion seconded.
All in favor? We're adjourned.
Well, nope.
Yeah.
Another meeting.
This one.